the Ontario Bar Association. I think we had a very good meeting here at the CAG yesterday. I think it's a really nice meeting facility. So thank you very much to our hosts for allowing us to use this venue. I think in terms of the agenda, we've got two apologies from board members. Although we've had input, we don't have Hervé Adrien or Noyati with us this week. And we've got three members virtual. So we just need to make sure that, in the discussions, remember we've got, not everybody's in the room, we've got three members online. Ross, do you want to say anything about staff changes just at this point in time before we move on?
Yeah, thanks, Ian. You may have noticed yesterday a couple of new faces on the staff team that I wanted to take a quick moment to point out. So firstly, we have another academic secondee who's joining us during her sabbatical time, Barrett Adam, who's joining us she's a professor of public management, the Berlin School of Economics and Law, and we have Barrett here through midsummer, and we're having her support us on some of our academic research, as well as helping us out with some of the measurement projects and some of our own research activities. And I'm working with Barrett as well to try and forge stronger links between the academic community and the IPSASB. So very happy to have Barrett working with us on the team here in Toronto, and welcome. And also, just when we moved into our new office a couple weeks ago, on the very first day in the new office, we welcomed Emma Tran, who's joined us as an IPSASB manager, full-time based here in Toronto, and she'll now be supporting the team on all of our standard-setting work. So if you get a chance to talk to either Barrett or Emma on the break, please introduce yourself, make them feel welcome, and tell them a little bit about what you do.
Okay, that's great news, and I think particularly welcome in terms of Barrett, building on, we've had Alicia, I think that interchange is really great, really strengthens our work. So welcome both to you and Emma. So then I think we move on then to item 1.3, which is the approval of the minutes from the March 2025 meeting. Just wanted to check whether there were any additional comments. You've all seen those in draft. Not seeing any flags raised here in the room or online, so I think we take those as approved. Then we move on to the minutes from the April check-in meeting. Again, any final comments on those? Not seeing any flags raised in the room or online, so I think we take those as approved. So then, Fabienne, that moves us on to the CAG update. Very good CAG meeting yesterday. Over to you.
Thanks, Ian. We had indeed a fruitful meeting, and as always, I'd like to express my appreciation of the board members' attendance yesterday. So many thanks indeed for your time, for your support, and for your interest in the CAG's activities. We covered a lot of grounds yesterday, starting with our implementation session on advocating the benefits of sustainability reporting, financial reporting and sustainability reporting information. We heard from four very passionate and talented speakers about benefits as well as challenges in both the financial reporting and sustainability reporting landscapes. The presentations sparked excellent discussions on numerous comments from CAG members that will help enrich the message that IPSAS financial reporting and sustainability reporting play a critical role in enhancing transparency, accountability, and decision-making in the public sector. We then discussed two technical topics on this week's board's agenda. Tangible natural resources, more specifically scope and disclosures on stewardship arrangements, and also climate-related disclosures with a focus on the structure of the future pronouncements and priority topic, and the relevance of the rebutable presumption on the use of the GHG protocol and on the added value of Scope 3 GHG emissions disclosures. The day ended with a more strategic discussion on the IPSASB's future work program consultation. And we touched on the approach taken by the board to collect inputs efficiently from stakeholders. CAG members also had the opportunity to provide some first ideas of topics they'd like to add to the list of future potential subjects for the board to take on its agenda. So an excellent and rich meeting yesterday on all counts that should usefully feed the board's discussions this week. And I provide more comments on specific topics as the board's agenda progresses. That's it from me. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Fabienne, and thanks once again to all the CAG members that took part, both those who managed to make the journey and those online. As you said, some very relevant discussions and a lot of good broader input, which is exactly, what we're looking for from the CAG. So thank you very much, everyone, for that. So then we move on. We note the IPSAS IFRS alignment dashboard, no changes on that this time round, but just to draw your attention to, Joao has put some work in on that over the first few months of this year, and certainly if you look at it, it very much shows the way forward in terms of a number of the items that are now coming through as annual improvements, but also I think it shows you the fundamental nature of the presentation of financial statements project. If you look at the list of potential amendments to existing standards, you'll see there's quite a big list of those that have been building up. So if we had any doubt about the fact it's time to have a look at that, and that's a really important project, then have a look at the dashboard, because that does now show you that. And it's also filling up the IPSASB application group work program. As you know, there were a number of items that we'd had fallen by the wayside, and I think it's very good from the reputation of our standards that we're now picking those up and addressing some, in one or two cases, quite tricky issues, actually. So we'll come back to that, Andrew, when we get to the IAG discussions. Then on the IPSAS GFSM alignment dashboard, again, this is a very live topic with the approval of the project brief for the IPSAS GFSM project. Nothing specific to report to you by way of progress at the moment, but this is certainly relevant in terms of the work on the update of the GFSM 2014, and there is a task force meeting now arranged for later in July, which will be in person, and we thank Florian and Mark at the Swiss Ministry for hosting us, and we're looking forward to a couple of days of fairly intense discussion, I think, which will really firm up on the attributions within that dashboard. That's the first stage in the project. So I think very much watch this space in September, and you should see some draft material back for discussion in September. And then the final formal item is the report on activities, communication activities, a lot of good outreach going on there, and thank you very much, everyone, for the work that you've done both physically and virtually. And I think also, just to say, one of the very encouraging facets of all of that is it's becoming a lot more visible. I know, a lot more members are taking advantage of the opportunities around LinkedIn posts, and it's great that more or less every day, I see something cropping up from this group. So thank you very much for all the hard work and for making it as visible as possible. I think that's very much part of our strategy. If we've got we're doing a lot of really good work. We've got a great suite of standards, and actually being out there and being visible is a really important facet of that. Karen, sorry, I missed you earlier on.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to just to raise a remark on the GFSM dashboard. And I was struck actually listening to the discussion at the CAG yesterday, and it's stuff that I knew, but it was a really good reminder about whether we're talking about sort of data in terms of alignment or whether we're talking about presentation in terms of alignment. And one of the things that I noticed on the dashboard is that a lot of the things, like you said, in terms of the IFRS alignment are about the presentation of financial statements. But given where staff are on the presentation of financial statements, it raised a question to me in terms of alignment, how much of this was about data alignment and how much was about presentation alignment. And so I was left questioning whether the presentation of financial statements project would actually result in alignment on a number of these GFSM issues. And maybe it's just me, but I just kind of need to disentangle to what extent we can get the underlying data aligned and the extent to which that project is going to resolve that. And it may or may not do that. Or do we actually kind of need to say, well, actually, it's not going to fundamentally, as a presentation project, it's not going to fundamentally change the data alignment, but it may be that the other project does. So I was just left a bit confused about that. So I just wanted to flag that point. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. And certainly that point, I think, came up in the CAG discussion yesterday. And it's also been, so just to elaborate a bit on the GFSM update process, that Florian Chatini, who's just arrived as the technical advisor to Claudia. Florian, on the statistics side, he and I co-chairing the part of the programme for the update of the GFSM 2014, where this is very relevant to one of the projects, but there's also other projects which are about the use of balance sheets in fiscal analysis and so on. And I think one of the things, it's come up from that side, if you like. I presented on what we were doing, and I made exactly the point that Karen was making, that perhaps really where the focus needs to be in the first place is on where are the differences, where are the similarities in terms of recognition and measurement, because actually when you look at the statistical world, they won't necessarily wait for the published audited financial statements. It's actually more important that you've got in-year data coming through in a way that actually is consistent with statistical requirements. And so therefore, actually, we need to think about that, about how we position it and how we communicate it to get over that. So it's a good point. So thanks on that. Florian, you look like you wanted to say something. Are you okay with, other than my appalling pronunciation of your surname? So apologies for that. So I think that takes us through the formal items. But Claudia, I think you wanted to share some news in terms of translations.
Thank you. At least for the German-speaking community who is interested in IPSAS, our former board member, Bernhard Schatz, was able to convince his employer, PwC Austria, to translate the IPSAS into German. So there's still now a translated IPSAS in German for the 2022 handbook, and they're working now on the 2025 handbook. So that means at the end of the year, probably we have then an actual set of German translated IPSAS, which helps at least in our community to promote IPSAS much better. So thank you for Bernhard and his team.
Yes, absolutely, Claudia. I think that's very important because we do, we know that getting timely translations done is a really important factor in terms of supporting implementation. So, yeah, thank you very much. If you're listening, Bernard, thank you very much to you and your team for that. It's great news. Okay, so I think that takes us through everything on item 1. I'm just looking at Ross to see if there's anything I've missed at all. So then I think that moves us on to item 2, which is your programme and technical director's report.
Thanks. Excuse me. Thanks, Ian, and thanks everybody for joining today. I'm going to start with a quick summary where Ian, one of the last items Ian touched on, outreach. Just wanted to thank all members, TAs, for taking the time to log your outreach when it's relevant to the work of IPSASB, and please keep doing that. It's very important to capture where members are, what they're speaking to constituents about. This is a very important aspect of the board's work in relating to advocating for the benefits of IPSAS and talking to our constituents. And I wanted to highlight a couple items that I touched on in my report that were particularly impactful outreach events that staff was involved with the last quarter. So the first one was a meeting with Indigenous peoples on the back of the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. And we're in the process of trying to make this maybe an annual thing that we do around the April timing of this meeting each year, where there's already a group of interested Indigenous people from around the world in New York for various meetings. And Dave, along with Karen and Edwin, went down and had a great discussion on both natural resources and sustainability reporting with these groups, and had great feedback and thinking, for us to think on and how to take forward, one, how to engage with Indigenous peoples, how to make sure we're including that important perspective in our work, and that our standards have considered their input while they're being developed, not after the fact. So some real good learnings on the staff side that we'll share going forward, and a potential permanent engagement forum for this important group. And I would say a group that I don't think any international standard setters have really cracked the code on how to really get them involved in the process. We might have an opportunity here to really improve our processes around this. So more to come.
Yeah, thanks, Ross. I think that is really important, as you say. We've been looking for a group like that for a while because of the challenge of actually trying to get the various different perspectives, because it's not a homogeneous perspective. But it's really important that we find a way of actually starting to draw on that experience, because there are various different perspectives all around the world. So yeah, really, really promising. So thanks for staff to start to open that up as a dialogue.
Yeah, and I should say we've had some luck at the jurisdictional level on this, so it's not a complete blind spot. We do hear perspectives from our Canadian colleagues. They now in Canada have an Indigenous advisory group that advises their standard setting system in Canada on various perspectives in Canada. We've talked to constituents in Australia, and we hear from New Zealand quite a bit. I know that there's a strong link between the standard setting community and local Indigenous communities in New Zealand. So we are getting it in piecemeal, but this might give us a permanent method to get more of a global perspective on how the different issues are coming together and how we can consult with that community and ensure we're getting feedback. Another very impactful one, you might have heard me talk about it yesterday at the CAG a little bit, was I was at the African Congress of Accountants, joined by Jonah and Yakuba as well, which was a fantastic event of 2,500 plus accountants from all around the region. I think pretty much every African country was representative, and there were also international delegates there. I covered a broad range of issues related to the accountancy profession in Africa, both private and public sector. Really good discussions around sustainability. We had a couple of sessions where we had IPSAS specific discussions with groups there. And I left with a very positive attitude and a positive outlook on the approach to moving things forward in the whole continent of Africa. I was very upbeat, thinking about the future and thinking about a lot of the things we've talked around this board around doing it in a sustainable way as part of practices and, moving things forward and developing in Africa that, I think lots to learn from this. So overall, it was a fantastic event. It was hosted by PAFA, the Pan-African Federation of Accountants, which is a regional body for the accountancy profession in Africa. And they did a fantastic job with the local accountancy institute in Rwanda, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Rwanda, ICPAR, I think they call it. And they did a fantastic job of organizing this event in Kigali, Rwanda, the capital. And I would say if you've never been and you get the opportunity, don't pass it up. It was a very nice country, great hosts, and a fantastic event that was discussing the issues that I think are important globally. And last but not least of the items I want to highlight was the Corsair meeting that took place about a month ago in Latin America. Again, we had representation from Patricia as well as Camira, and we had staff on the ground at the event. Again, this is a broader event that covers issues around Latin America on both public and private sector. It's a joint event put on between the Inter-American Development Bank, World Bank, and IFAC, and various other groups that engage, like IPSASB and other standard setters. And it's an important forum to really discuss issues important to the region that are important. This one happens every 2 years, and then every year there's the FOCAL meeting that you hear a lot about that, again, we'll have staff at this year again, and I believe Patricia is going to be leading on the board when we go to FOCAL in Santiago later this year. So I just wanted to highlight those events because, I could probably spend a couple hours going through the whole list of 200 to 300 issues, but I wanted to highlight some that were more regional in perspective, impactful from a staff perspective. And I'll intend to keep doing that as we go forward because I think it's important that we don't just focus on the work that happens around the table the 4 days we're together each quarter, that a lot of the heavy lifting the volunteers do in between meetings and these really impactful events where we're talking to constituents. And that was really a theme that we heard yesterday quite a bit at the CAG discussion. So.
Thanks, Ross, for highlighting that. I do think it's really important that, those regions actually see the board members that are from those regions as part of their, it's a two-way dialogue. And I think not only in those events, but I think one of the very encouraging trends that we've seen over the recent years is actually not only the overall number of responses that we receive to our consultations has gone up, but you can see, we're now consistently getting very good input from both Latin America and Africa. And I think that's absolutely fantastic. So it's all part of that building the relationship, and that very much fits with the strategy in terms of really that dialogue in terms of, okay, it's not just us being out there and telling people they should use the standards, it's actually them telling us, well, okay, we're using the standards and we're finding these issues and so on. So I think that's just great. And really it shows the strength of the board. So thank you everyone for making that happen.
Thank you. And then next, just some other updates that I wanted to remind members and the broader board about. So again, update on the New York meeting. I've updated the board on this at the check-in meeting, but I want to make sure everybody gets the message that we have confirmed an alternative location for New York for the board meeting. It's in Midtown Manhattan, very close to the IFAC offices and where the hotel block is, so no need to make special reservations. Another issue we're still managing is there is a small window that maybe the IFAC office may be open, so we could end up in the IFAC office, we could end up somewhere else. We have a very kind host that's agreed to support us, and we don't want to move things around unnecessarily, but just wanted to be aware that you can make your travel arrangements. We will be in Manhattan, and I do expect a great meeting to close off the year. One point to flag, and I told the CAG this yesterday, but because of the logistical challenges, we've decided to make the CAG meeting completely virtual this time around. So in terms of your travel arrangements, if that impacts when you might want to arrive, I just wanted all board members to be aware of that. Very small note, and I don't want to get into detail on this now, but we are working on the dates and locations for 2026. We're in a more complicated place now in planning our meetings that we no longer have CPA Canada and the IFAC space to rely upon, so it's taking a little more time than usual, but we do hope to have an update soon with dates and locations. And please bear with us. We're doing our best on this, and it's again, when you don't have a home base that you can draw upon, it makes it a little more challenging in terms of balancing the budget, finding space that's appropriate and big enough to fit a board and group this size. So we should have an update soon, but we'll need a little bit more time on that. Again, we talked a little bit before about academic engagement, and there's an important event coming up later this month in Athens, where the Cigar group will be meeting for their biennial conference, which is an academic conference that brings together constituents from around the world to discuss various topics. And we're very happy that, again, we used to do this on a biennial basis, but we've actually done this 1 year after the last one, based on success, that we're having another academic forum. We've got 5 papers that have been reviewed by the academic advisory group, and that we've given small grants for, that will be discussed at this forum. And this is becoming a very important input into our thinking around public sector issues. We have Andreas Bergman, the chair of the academic advisory group, with us this week. And as always, Andreas will be there with us on the ground in Athens and working through the feedback. And then the board will hear from the feedback on these papers in September at the board meeting in Lisbon. And we're probably going to include a little bit of what we're doing on academic into the forum itself as well as the board. So stay tuned for that. It kind of leads to the Lisbon forum. I did give an update yesterday, so if you were here, you can stop listening for a couple of minutes. But the forum will happen the same week of the board meeting. This is different than the past. So the forum will start on Sunday with networking and social activities, including a women's network event where we've got a special speaker who will be coming in to speak to the women's network. And then there'll be a networking reception on Sunday, September 7th. So please do your best to arrive early Sunday so you can participate. It'd be great if all members, TAs, relevant CAG members that are interested and involved in standard setting join the forum. It's a great opportunity to talk about what's happening around the world in standard setting and things that are relevant for our board to hear about. It's the 3rd time we've been hosted in Lisbon by the OCC, which is the professional accountancy body in Portugal, where they're fantastic hosts. And it's the 3rd time we've been in Portugal in Lisbon in a September meeting. And I can tell you that it's a fantastic place to visit at that time of year. If you're ever wanting to join us in person and not take the virtual option, I highly recommend you make time to join us in Portugal. It's a fantastic time to be there, great venue for a meeting, and they're always the best hosts you could ask for. So hoping to see everyone there and to work together on the forum and the board meeting. And the last point I wanted to talk about in my part of this update is just on Friday, as per normal, we'll have a revisit of the work program based on progress at the meeting. We do have a couple of items to update on timelines, but we want to wait to the end of the meeting to talk that through based on where we land. And we'll have time for a full discussion on any work program issues at that time as well. With that, that's it from me.
Okay, thanks, Ross. Very comprehensive. Just pause and take comments in terms of what's in the paper or what Ross has covered. Karen, to you first.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question, or perhaps something to throw into the pot for the discussion on Friday, which is about the pilot for the PIR, because really conscious that as part of the work programme, we're going to be gathering input to that, and obviously there are things that you want to get through or be able to get through in the next in the strategy period. So just thinking about the scheduling of that. So it would be good to pick up on Friday on that in terms of how that whole thing's going to fit together. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Good point. Any other points board members want to raise? Not seeing any flags raised, so Ross, thank you very much for that update. And again, just to recognise, thank you very much to the Academic Advisory Group for all the great work that's going on. It's really great to see that relationship building, that dialogue building. I think, right back when Andreas and I conferred on could we set something up like this, that was certainly an ambition that would really build the relationship, and it's great to see that happen, and also with the secondments as well. So thanks for everybody that's worked hard on that, and yeah, it's really positive. So I think with that we finish off on item 2. I think the question then is, do we want to start on measurement or do we take the break? Are we okay to do that? So I think probably actually let's just break for coffee for 20 minutes. So back here at 10 to 11 Toronto time, and then we will start on measurement. qualification phase, and welcome Agustina and Alessia to the board table. And I think, Alessia, you're starting off, and then you'll pass on to Agustina. So welcome. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Oh. Okay. Okay. So today, agenda item 3 relates to the measurement application phase project. And as we reach the final stage of this journey, the staff would like to thank all the members for the support and carefully considering all the analysis. Now, as a gentle reminder, the IPSASB started out this journey in March 2023 to evaluate the applicability of current operational value in IPSAS that permit the use of fair value after initial recognition, which were not explicitly considered in the first phase of the project. Previous discussions on that led to the issuance of the exposure draft ED90 in August 2024. And following the comment period, the IPSASB accomplished a lot by having discussed the analysis of responses to the majority of items in the last March meeting. And that substantial work leaves us today with a shorter list of items to be discussed that are still relevant ahead of the target approval of the pronouncement. So the intention at today's meeting is for the IPSASB to discuss introducing COV in IPSAS 31, intangible assets, which has proven to be a challenging topic. Other minor comments received by respondents, as well as considering whether comments provided during the March meeting were appropriately addressed by staff in finalizing the final pronouncement. Based on the outcome of these discussions, we will proceed with the page flip and of the final pronouncement. Having said that, I'll pass it over to you, Agustina, to guide us through the next agenda items. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessia, for that intro. So welcome, everybody, and thank you for joining us today to discuss agenda item 3.2.1. This is a fluid agenda item, I hear, as you have had discussions during the closed session. So the recommendation will change slightly, but I would like just to quickly summarize the paper. The paper provided the IPSASB with a review of the responses received to the proposal to add COV at initial and subsequent measurement. The proposal, the proposal received mixed views. Some majority of respondents supporting that proposal, noting that they support the alignment of the measurement guidance in intangibles with Chapter 7 of the Conceptual Framework and IPSAS 46. Other ones noting that they didn't see a objective reason to have a different measurement guidance between tangibles and intangibles. But at the same time, we got those mixed reviews where some of the respondents noted 3 common reasons that came up for them, that it was one, that COV was introduced without an active, without a restriction of COV being referenced to an active market, and there was concerns about the application of the cost approach as a technique, as well as whether all of the principles on COV can be applied to intangible assets as well. And a third one was whether the IPSASB should delay amendments to IPSAS 31 until the ISB has completed its project. With that, I would like to provide you a quick update on where the ISB is at. They met in May, and they have determined what the objective of the updates to IS 38 will be. They will be taking a phased approach. That first initial work stream is going to be focusing on improve the usefulness of information that you find about intangible assets in the financial statement, and as well as to up the IS 38 so it's better set up for newer intangible items, as well as the way that these intangible items are used. This particular initial work stream that they're working on, they're planning to have a milestone at the second half of 2026, where the ISB will be asked to make a decision on whether there's amendments to be made to the standard or further work is to be conducted. I did wanted to provide that verbal update as that was one of the instructions during March, and the appendix did not include that update because of the timing from that perspective. Having said that, the recommendation on the paper and slightly variation to that recommendation is staff has considers and acknowledges that adding COV into intangible assets is a challenging topic that requires further research and further discussion with the IPSASB. And at the same time, we do acknowledge that all of the proposals on the ED were strongly supported, and the IPSASB made a decision in March to advance with those proposals. So the recommendation is at this meeting, we will kind of focus on continuing those proposals, but acknowledging that the recommendation on COV addition in IPSAS 31 should be handled along the side, and for us to have a discussion on Thursday as to what is the path forward. So we're saying kind of like a split of what you see in the pronouncement on agenda 3.31 without IPSAS 31 right now is that we're looking for approval at this meeting, acknowledging that staff will continue to work on IPSAS 31. I think with that, I will take a pause and I'll pass it to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Agustina. So, I mean, clearly it's quite a tricky landscape in that we don't have, we've got a significant number of those who see problems with the proposal as we exposed it. And there are a number of different ways forward because clearly we need to do further analysis on this. That doesn't preclude us finalising that guidance if that's what the analysis shows. It could be finalised separately. We might need to consult further if that's what the analysis of comments actually shows. Equally, as staff proposed in the paper, we do have the mandate from our constituents to do a narrow scope update of IPSAS 31, or there's the view that actually we should wait for the ISB's work. And I think, that shows that there's still quite a lot of thinking to do behind this. So that's the reason for, and members have shared their differing views already. So that's the reason for the proposal that we actually split we do further work, carry on working on this area, but that given the strong support, we actually move to finalise the other proposals. So if I could just ask for members' thoughts on that split in terms of we carry on working with the feedback on IPSAS 31, but we don't take that forward at this stage. We do take the other proposals forward to finalisation. Angela.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for explaining that. I support the staff's recommendation to separate the IPSAS 31 project, and I also was very pleased to hear that we will get a chance to talk about the way forward. There are a number of potential problems for stakeholders that could be solved through an IPSAS 31 project, and a request, I guess, for when we do think about it on Thursday is I would like real clarity on what is the problem that we are looking to solve, because I'm conscious that the measurement issue that we were looking at here is an issue. I'm also conscious that we've talked about electromagnetic as an item. So again, I'm unsure whether that was mentioned because there's education or application guidance, or whether there's a principal issue. I don't know, but it would be great to know. I think too, there's a very big call about getting ahead of the IASB on such an important topic. So there are a number of questions that would be great to have a really good discussion on the way forward. My question is, in this paper we talk about a pre-committed project, and then in the work program we talk about it as a list of options. So again, it would be good to clarify. I think we read well, I have read in the paper that there was a pre-committed project from 2021. I'm not familiar with what was committed or the objective of that, but I think that's part of the discussion, whether that's still a pre-committed or whether that's something different in the work program. So I guess I really support your suggestion because of numerous questions I have about the way forward once we decide to carve it out of this part of the project.
Thanks, Angela. So, Dave, if you can just confirm the status of that project.
So, Angela, you're absolutely correct. As part of the 2021 mid-period consultation, we did ask our stakeholders what we should add to our work program, and something that they strongly supported was a limited scope project on intangibles, and that included the measurement component that we were addressing here. It included aspects of natural resources, and then specifically we did outline electromagnetic spectrum. Something that we talked about as a way to start to wrap up that project is we thought we might be able to parse off portions of the 3 portions that I just talked about into other projects, but it might look like it might all come back into the limited scope project. But it's definitely still in our work program, and it's something that was strongly supported coming out of 2021.
So just to clarify on the proposal then, in terms of the idea was, you know, there's a number of members who've got views and perspectives on this, and we thought it would be quite good to use the task force time that we've got during the week to actually allow those members who are interested to just have a sort of discussion and see whether a view on the way forward across those various different options actually emerges. It may or it may not. But it would be helpful, I think, for staff to have that bit more leisurely discussion with members. So that was the idea, that we use that time, and then there's a report back in the slot on Friday morning that we've got, just to kind of understand whether we have a direction at that stage or not. You know, because there are, as you say, there's a number of different factors, a number of different possible ways forward on this. So just be good. Angela, back on that.
Thanks, Chair. That's helpful. I guess the other one is currently in the work program agenda item, the same project is described as a list of options. So again, that feels like it's in contrast to this pre-committed idea. So is that something too that we'll address in time for the work program discussion?
I think it would be good to have a steer from members, because I think you're right. I spotted that when I went through the papers and thought, oh, hang on a moment, what are we, Ross?
I think, Angela, you've kind of hit the nail on the head on that one. So when we had the pre-committed project, that was about a couple limited public sector items that we thought could be addressed. But that was pre-ISB opening up the bigger project. So now we have that moving ahead and people asking, well, what are we going to do in response to IS 38 updates? And so far we've been saying, let's see what they're going to update, because our standard is aligned. So we are at a bit of a crossroads on, you know, how much time you want to put into the limited scope update to address the issues from 2021, when the IS 38 project, when it's complete, will require some thinking from the board on how to respond, because they might change some of the recognition and measurement model. It's hard to say right now, it's still early days.
So that was why we thought, actually, given there are, you know, we know there's a range of views around the board table, actually, those members who are interested, actually, it would be good to just use the task force time to just actually work those through, and then see, you know, of the range of, if you like, the menu of options, you know, what makes most sense. And you could, for example, say, right, okay, well, we want to do the further research and then finish this off as a separate specific topic. And then say, let's say, you know, put it into the work program, or, you know, so it just seems, you know, there's quite a lot of work and thinking, and that would be better done out of plenary session if the board's content that we're going to move that forward as a separate issue, and that doesn't stop us finalising the other items. Patricia.
I have a different point. I think it, based on this decision, it needs to revisit some paragraph that quoted the IPSAS 31 to check if, okay, based on this decision, because EG was issued based on the idea that CUV is applicable for IPSAS 31 too. And then some paragraph that quote the IPSAS 31 was written based on this decision in the last phase. I need only to check if it's okay with each paragraph that quoted IPSAS 41. Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks, Patricia. So, Claudia.
I just want to say, I fully agree with the proposal that we have a carve-out, then we can focus on the agreement on the measurement, what is was in the exposure draft, then we have a standard on that, and then we figure out what is really the ways we have with the intangible assets, and then we really conclude which is the best way for going forward.
Okay, so I'm sensing support for that we separate this as an issue and we take longer over it, but we don't detain ourselves in terms of moving to approval. So if everyone's okay with that, then we would certainly need to, through the editorial process, we would need to make sure that it's, any consequentials are addressed, and then we also need to think about the communication as well. In terms of we're not dropping it, we're not kicking it into the long grass. Okay, so not seeing any flags raised against that, so I think we're content with that to move forward on that basis. Okay, so move us on.
Okay, thank you for that. The other agenda item is 3.2.2. This one was about all of the responses received on ED90 where a specific matter for comment was not asked. And staff has analyzed the different comments and were split into 3 different appendices. One of them is where constituents' comments have resulted in revisions, excuse me, and the other 2 are where constituents' comments or editorials have not resulted into revisions of the final pronouncement. What we would like to do is if we can discuss Appendix 8.1, one item at a time to see whether the IPSASB is happy with those revisions proposed. And then for Appendix, and I see a typo on my slide, but Appendix 8.2 and 8.3, we will just discuss them by exception in case that an IPSASB member has a disagreement. So I'll just walk through. I think if you go to page 16 of Agenda Item 3.2.2, we could start with the first revision where one of the respondents noted that additional changes were needed on IPSAS 1 relating change in measurement basis in IPSAS 3. So staff proposed amendments to both IPSAS 1 and IPSAS 3 to reflect that a change in measurement basis is to be treated as an accounting estimate and appropriate adjustments were made. I do know that one of the members have provided a comment to me this morning that I will act upon, but I don't know if I could open to the chair to see if there's comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Agustina. So open for comments on that proposed addition. Yeah, Patricia.
My question is about IPSAS 1, because the change sometimes seems not aligned with the idea that, not the idea, the requirements in relation to disclose some information about CUV and fair value. And I think assets is held for operational capacity and held for financial capacity has different functions, different risks, and also considering the same assets in the same class can obscure the information for the users because are different assumptions to measure these assets. And I think I disagree with the proposal change in the IPSAS 1. This is my question. And when I considering the requirements in IPSAS 45, for example, in paragraph 8.2, 8.2 say, may the great disaggregation of the information may be by class and by level of inputs. And then I think it's better to indicate that the best way to disclose information about the assets is by type of type of objective for that entity hold the assets. Yes, because IPSAS 1, the proposal change is to indicate that the disclosure are based on models and not based on basis. Okay, but there are a lot of requirements related to bases, not by model. For example, in relation to fair value and COV. And I think it's more coherent to retain the requirement about basis, not about classes or models, sorry.
Augustine?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I think this is an interesting paragraph because as I was discussing it with the presentation of financial statements, when we look at this comes from IS1, and it's an aligned paragraph, and that as ISB has modified IS1 and then did the IFRS 18 amendments, this actually paragraphs, if the presentation of financial statement continues, will be removed. They are no longer part of IS1. So the staff perspective was trying to align the decision made on IPSAS 45 to have that same level of disclosure at a model basis as opposed to a basis level. But I understand your concern that you're saying that to you the disclosure should come on the basis because there's more information regarding whether you hold the asset for operational and financial capacity. And I think potentially we could take this away to have a further discussion on this item. I would suggest that at this time.
Yeah, that does. It sounds like we're sort of starting to get a bit ahead. Camira, did you want to come in on that as well? Or are you on a different point?
No, yes, sure. I also wanted to comment on that. So yeah, especially that paragraph also when I was reading it, when we say the measurement model, it's in singular. So it raises also other questions if an entity when preparing their financial statements, will they only use a unique measurement model or can they use both? Should we put it in plural? So it really, would need further analysis to see if we should leave it as basis because it was plural there, or if we change it to model, I think it should be plural as well to leave it a bit more open because I'm not 100% sure that an entity will be able to use a single measurement model for the full preparation of all the financial statements. So that is a question that came to my mind. And I had another comment on this.
Could we just finish off on that one,
yes,
Camira?
Sure.
Because what I'm sensing is there is a nervousness here, and it does feel as though it would be better taken up in the presentation of financial statements project as an issue there, rather than piecemeal in this issues in this project. So if members are okay, then I think what I'm hearing is pushback on that. So therefore, let's not proceed with that at this stage. Let's actually pick it up in a more holistic way as part of presentation of financial statements. Okay. Camira, you had another point you wanted to pick up, and
Yes, so I agree with most of the changes in the paper. Also, the clarification for the between the changes in accounting estimates or changes in accounting policy. I only had a minor suggestion in BC 21 because there the way it is written, it seems so. It's mentioned something like that this proposal would ensure that the change between COV and fair value will ensure that this is applied prospectively. So this is also a matter of perception. If someone external to the IPSASB reads this, could think that we really did this major change in principle that making that the change in measurement basis is only a change in accounting estimate, in order to achieve the objective of having to avoid this retrospective application So I would rather suggest either to remove that sentence or write it in another way so that this misunderstanding is not there. So thanks.
Hi, Kimira. Thank you for that. I think you're referring to the drafting of BC 21 on IPSAS 3, and I think we could take it offline to kind of like fix that drafting. I have received drafting comment from members on BCs that the plan is to work through them ahead of the approval of on Friday for the part of the standard that we're leaving now. The IPSASB will have the opportunity to look at all of those amendments from a drafting perspective. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. So I think we leave that one for now, and that's something that then we will explicitly have a look at in the presentation of financial statements project. So move us on then, Agustina.
Thank you. So then the next revision is on page 17. And is about the current value measurement disclosures for inventories measure at net realizable value. One of the respondents asked why current value measurement disclosures were not added for net realizable value, but we have it for COV. So from a clarity perspective, staff proposed to beef up the BCs to provide that clarity when IPSASB discussed adding current value measurement disclosures. The scope of those disclosures were specific to measurement basis within the current value model. Net realizable value is not within the scope of IPSAS 46. But then further, so what staff decided to do is provide that further clarity within the BCs to answer that question from the respondent. Thank you.
Renee, to you.
Yes, thank you. I agree that there's no change to be made there, but to me, the useful explanation back to the respondent is that there's already disclosure requirements for write-downs to net realizable value, write-ups, and then reversals of write-ups. So it's all in relation to net realizable value. So there's already disclosure in there. So somehow can we just acknowledge, I mean, your point is about the scope of the change being only as it relates to the impact of COV, but also maybe acknowledging that it is creating a consistency because there is disclosure about write-downs to net realizable value. Therefore, realizable value is covered in disclosures.
I think I would take that you would like for me to draft a VC that reflects that, as well as an answer to the comment from the respondent.
Right, that was going to be my question, because those comments back, they're going to be published, right? Yes, so it would be nice if also in our response, we actually elaborate that we acknowledge this is there already.
Okay, so we need to make an appropriate drafting amendment then in terms of the BC to make it clear on that. And Renee, if you can work with Agustina on that, and then we'll just see that revised drafting on the basis for conclusions back on Friday morning.
So then the next item is on page 18. One of the respondents requested further information about the estimation of COV. Specifically, they were kind of noting that when we look at deemed costs added in IPSAS 12, there is an clarity to determine whether the deemed costs will need to be calculated using current operational value or fair value. So what we see is that staff is proposing to amend implementation guidance on IPSAS 46 to provide the clarity that in the case that an entity has an inventory acquired a non-exchange purchase and it needs to determine deemed cost, the IPSAS 12 now refers the preparer to IPSAS 46, and within the implementation guidance on IPSAS 46, it will tell the preparer whether to apply COV or fair value, depending the purpose why the inventory is held. So implementation guidance has been enhanced to address that question. Thank you.
Thanks, Agustina. So we content to move forward on that basis? Okay, good. So move on to the next one.
Thank you. The next one on the same page is a respondent raised a comment about transitional provisions, noting that right now, as the ED was published, it will require retrospective application. Staff noted that the amendments by IPSAS 46 to other standards were done on a prospectively basis, and therefore retrospective application should not be required. I know that a member kind of raised that we might need to revise the drafting to ensure that is prospective application. So I'll be working with that member on that, but I would like to see if there's any other comments on that from. Additionally, another member suggested the BCs be enhanced as well. So I'll be addressing those two comments, but I would like to see whether other board members have questions or comments regarding the application of the standard. Thank you.
Thank you, Agustina. So that proposal in terms of prospective, which is consistent with IPSAS 46. So not seeing any flags raised or anything on that. So I think that's a helpful change. Okay.
Okay. The next item is in page 19. So one respondent raised concerns about removing recurring and non-recurring. The respondent's comment was mainly that the preparers may not understand what non-recurring or recurring may mean from a disclosure perspective. During the March meeting, the decision by the IPSASB was to remove those two terms because they created confusion. However, what staff is recommending, since there is a section in the implementation guidance of IPSAS 46 that discusses in the way and the scope and the level that current value measurements were added in the different IPSAS, just to clarify those two concepts of recurring and non-recurring and implementation guidance from clarity perspective. And I will pause there to see if there's comments. Thank you.
That certainly sounds helpful to provide that guidance in that way through some non-authoritative material. Okay, so I think we're content to move forward on that basis.
Thank you. The next one is on page 20. Specifically, there is a paragraph 10 in part 2 for IPSAS 21. And the comment was that during IPSAS 46 had a consequential amendment to IPSAS 21 where it added two particular bullets that made the comment that if the disposal costs were negligible, an entity may not need to apply IPSAS 21 when they actually fair value the tangible assets or PP&E. However, with the addition of recoverable service amount to tangible asset, for example, you're not really comparing, let's say, a property, plant, and equipment that if it's measured at fair value, you will compare that in IPSAS 21, just saying the differentiating factor is disposal costs. So the staff recommendation is to remove those two sub-bullets because they might create confusion when you are measuring the tangible assets at COV as opposed to fair value. The scoping paragraph that is on the top, which is paragraph 10, will remain, noting that an entity will need to continue to apply impairment standards even when they use the current value model in either IPSAS 31 or IPSAS 45. And I'll ask for comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Agustina. Not seeing any flags raised, so I think we're content to move forward on that basis.
Thank you for that. Then the next one is on page 21. And this one is about the respondent was seeking further clarity in IPSAS 46 basis for conclusions on the applicability of COV. When we drafted the basis for conclusions on IPSAS 46 regarding COV, for simplicity purpose, the staff said that if the inventory was held for operational capacity, you could apply COV when you measure it at a lower of cost, or current replacement cost, we could replace it with COV. However, by doing that simplicity, when we think of IPSAS 12, there's a specific guidance that in IPSAS 12 tells you when you will measure inventory at the lower of cost, and COV, which are if you distribute it at a nominal charge or for no charge. So rather than seeking that simplicity on the basis of conclusions and using operational capacity, staff revised the basis for conclusions to be consistent with IPSAS 12. And that was the amendment made on the final pronouncement. And I'll pause there for see if IPSASB has questions.
Thank you, Agustina. Not seeing, oh, sorry, Camilla, you want to come in?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thanks, Agustina. Yeah, I only had a minor comment because now I see there's more clarity and everything, but we are removing completely the term operational capacity. And there are some paragraphs that are we are comparing now all those details, but with financial capacity. And I think that we could still keep the term operational capacity, explaining what exactly we mean with the examples we already provide there, so that we are consistent in this terminology. So because you use that as well in other standards, so I will still keep the term operational capacity. Thanks.
If it's so, sorry. If it's okay, I think, Amira, we will need to chat with you and two other board members who prefer the other language to see how we can find a common ground on that. So I would use the collaborative time as to how to best draft those BCs to ensure that all the board members that have raised that were happy with the revision are happy with the final amendments, if that's okay.
Okay, thanks. That way forward.
Okay.
So that takes us through the changes proposed. So then, as previously announced, then there are two further appendices where there's analysis of comments made by constituents where staff are not proposing to make changes, and we're not proposing to walk through those in detail, but what we want to do is pick up any comments that members have where they have a concern that we're not making a change. So if we could do that first with Appendix A2, and just, which is pages 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26. So if there are any concerns about the proposed way forward there, Camilla.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just speaking two that really catch my attention. So one was one respondent that was asking, that is, I mean, page 22. So that was just asking a reason why we deleted two paragraphs in IPSAS 3 in implementation guidance. So I don't see why can't we just add something very short in the basis for conclusions to explain why we removed those. So even if in the ISB, so there was, so maybe we just explain that we do, that information came from ISB, and we did not find any public sector specific reason to maintain those implementation guidance or something. Because if they are asking for just reasons, I don't see why we should not do that in a very short basis for conclusion. And the second one,
sorry,
yes.
I just want to check.
Yes.
Does anybody object to Camilla's proposal on that? Doesn't seem unreasonable to me. Okay, so if Camilla, if you can just work with Agustina then to get that clarity in the BCs. So your second point?
Yes, my second point is in page 24. So where we have a respondent that is asking more clarity, asking to explain what is the difference between COV and value in use. So this is a question I have came across several times, not only here, but in general, people is confused about that. So I think that is something that we should do to offer clarity on that if it's possible, because it's not only like a minor comment, it's something that is recurrent by our constituents. They want to understand what is different, and if there's no big difference, also to explain that somewhere. So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Agustina, back to you on that.
Yes, so I think, are we looking to kind of clarify that through ABC to respond? And okay, happy to work with you to achieve that. Thank you.
Yeah, on that one, I think we just need to be careful because we've defined COV in our literature, whereas value in use is to my understanding, is a valuation standards issue. So I think, that doesn't preclude us saying something in terms of explanation, and it does seem useful, but I think we just need to be quite careful on the extent of what we say there, because we're trying to bridge between two different sets of guidance, one of which isn't ours. David, do you want to just comment on that?
Yes, thank you. I mean, it is a term that's used by the valuers, but it suddenly occurred to me that, we discussed some of this during discussions on updating the conceptual framework, so there might well be something in some of the earlier papers that were prepared that might help in drafting something.
Okay, so I think we're content that we should provide some form of explanation on that. And I think that's then an instruction to staff, and perhaps David, if you can help on that as well, just to address those points, because I agree with you, Camilla. I think it is something that's inevitably comes up. So thanks for that. Those were your 2 points then? Okay.
Yes.
Claudia.
On page 25, the feedback we received on IPSAS 41. Actually, that's the discussion is about investments in equity, especially if this investment in equity it's held by several public sector entities and they are not allowed to sell the shares. So probably we should have to think about if it's really could combine that this financial instrument is only held for their financial capacity. So maybe if it's out of the scope of this project, because we don't have requested to amend IPSAS 41, but maybe we can send it to the application group. If we can think about what in this type of transactions, it's the right answer, or if we have a lack in the literature, or if we will have a lack of understanding or anything.
Thanks, Claudia. Dave or Ross? Dave?
Yeah, Claudia, I think that's an excellent suggestion. I hesitate to always send responses that we don't know what to do with to the application group, but I think in this case, knowing all the case facts and applying them to our existing guidance, whether it's in 41 or 46, and trying to figure it all out, I think is probably the right use of the IPSASB application group. That's what they're designed to do. Have what we put forward, the standards that have been developed by the IPSASB, are they being applied appropriate in practice? Are there challenges in practice? And this sounds like an area that there might be a challenge in practice, or there isn't, but that's what the group is for. So I think it's appropriate to, in this specific case, turn it over to the group, and we can have staff reach out to the individual that wrote this letter and get more case facts and get the ball rolling there, and hopefully have our first issue for the application group to move through.
I see Andrew nodding, so I think I think there you've got your first live case. Ross?
I think there is a step here that we do need to be cognizant of. I do think we do have to go back to the respondent and ask them to submit it. I think the board itself shouldn't be deferring to that group. It's meant to be for constituents to feed in their issues. Now, we can identify that we think this is an issue that needs to go in, but the process that we've set up does require them to go to the website, put in the full case facts, which we might not have from the comment letter. And I do think it would be appropriate to go back to them and make it an active process, so that's not this board telling this board to do application work. I think there's a bit of a process issue there. And I'm certain if it's important to the constituent, they'll happily comply. But I do think we should request them to do that formally.
Okay, thanks, Ross. I mean, I think that's where we're starting to develop case law on how we actually address these points. And, as you say, it is a new tool for us, so we are going to have to work out precisely how we deal with it. But in order to allow the group to actually function properly to make sure that we have got the right information is going to be very important, I think. So going to be a good test case, I think. Okay. So we've got those two additional bits of explanation, BC. Oh, sorry, Renee.
Yes, I just want to, I have two comments. Page 22, the first comment at the top, they referred to IPSAS 3, paragraph 40 and IPSAS 34, right, which is our quarterly financial reporting standard. Is that 34? 34 refers to cost, equity method, fair value. So I find that our response addressed paragraph 40, but not 34. And I wonder if in 34, there's some, like, if we could just articulate back to the respondent why we're fine with not making any changes to IPSAS 34.
Just for clarity, we're looking to better articulate why there was no changes to IPSAS 34 from this project on the addition of COV.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And the respondent is asking about, well, you know, we refer to cost, equity method, fair value. Maybe it's related to IPSAS 41 because there's some financial instrument in there, right? Equity, the equity method and cost. So I don't know if there's something there just to better articulate to the respondent why we didn't make any change, or maybe we should make change. That one left me like just puzzled in terms of our response. Have we properly responded to it in the context of 34, IPSAS 34?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, we will have considered this way back when we went through the process of deciding which standards actually were within the scope, and I think we would have kicked it out at that point in time. So, I mean, there's a balance here because what we don't do is respond to every single constituent comment. Now, I think it might be worth, Agustina, just reflecting on what we've already decided.
Yes, I can better reflect what we decided, but we did, if I'm going back to the scope of the project, we had a specific IPSAS that became in scope and we analyzed. Just trying to remind my memory by going to the particular BC where we did call out, and I don't believe IPSAS 34 was in the scope of the project because it's separate financial statements. So it did not look at, when we look at the scope of the project, we kind of focus on IPSAS that will require initial or subsequent measurement with a current value measure. And therefore, IPSAS 34 was not in the scope of this pronouncement. Specifically, when I looked at the question to them, it was unclear whether you would apply that paragraph 40 that discusses models for this other measurements that are not truly a current value model, because the subsequent measurement framework shows which are the two models that we have, and within those models, what are the measurement bases. But IPSAS 34, for clarity, was not in scope of this pronouncement.
So I think it's to articulate that. I don't think the response is clear on that.
So, I mean, just as a matter of record, and I can't remember the answer to this, did we not explain in the exposure draft those standards that we had actually considered were in the scope and those that aren't in the scope? So I don't think we actually need to explain, you know, to go back and basically reiterate that on an exception basis, just because one constituent has actually missed that point. You know, because I think we don't go back and respond to each point that everybody raises. What we're saying is there a general point here that needs to be articulated? And I think on this one, we've already decided it's not within scope, as a number of other standards aren't within scope. So therefore, we don't need to actually go back on that specific point.
Okay, can I move to my second point?
Yeah.
So page 25 for applicability of COV to IPSAS 27, biological asset. So in our response, I was just a bit, I wasn't sure the response hangs together. In the second sentence, we say that we've discussed that though biological assets in an agricultural activity can be distributed at no charge or for a nominal charge, these are held to generate economic benefit. Like I agree with the decision that we don't need to change it, but I'm not sure it's because it's held to generate economic benefit. I think it's for another reason, because if it would be generating economic benefit, we would actually be not just distributing it at no charge. But so I agree it's an exit value that should be used here. I agree it's fair value. Like I don't have an issue with the principle, the outcome of it. I'm just not sure that this is the right explanation. So just staff to look at the explanation.
Yes, I have to acknowledge that it was a tough one to draft, so I'm happy to seek the input from the board on this one, because I know it was a topic where the board went a particular way, and me as staff, I was proposing something else. So I'm happy to seek your input. I know, Patricia, you had a lot of input on this, so if Renee and Patricia, I can take time with you during collaborative time to better draft that BC and reflect the exact view of the board, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Agostina. That seems a good way forward on that. And I think, just to say, there are obviously a number of BCs or refinements to BCs. So I think we will need to see those back as we normally do by way of slides, so that, all the members can see the proposed changes, and obviously each of the members that's made a comment, you can work with them in the intervening period. Yeah.
One clarification, because I have received a few comments and it might be a lot of slides. Is it okay if I share with the IPSASB ahead of Friday the drafting and the changes? Happy also to put slides, but I'm thinking it might be a lot of slides. So potentially if I give you the time to go through the material and then we can discuss them on Friday.
I think whatever is is appropriate. I mean, clearly it's always easier to see something, in terms of, the drafting. We've already agreed you can accept those track changes, and then to see those incremental changes in situ if there's time to do that. So I think that's, that's preferable, but if we have to do it via slides, then okay. So anything else on Appendix A2 before we move on to Appendix A3? Patricia, I saw you hovering, so go ahead.
My question, I didn't raise this question in my comments, but I think I need to be careful when I use the disposal and sell, because sell is a type of disposal. In this context, when I use disposal in the context of fair value, I think the best terminology is to sell, not to dispose. And this is, I think it's not about only the preference of language. I need to be more specific in the language. For example, in this time, in Brazil, you are translating the IPSAS 44. And to understand IPSAS 44, and when I say disposal, sell, no, it's only to disposal. No, but the IPSAS say is only asset is held to sell. It's one context. When I say disposal, it's another context. It's broader than sell. And then I think it's not only the language preference. I think you need to adjust the text and use only to sell in this context of IPSAS 21. Thank you.
So just for clarity, that was one of the respondents was suggesting to change fair value less cost to sell to fair value less cost to disposal. Staff is not recommending to change that. Is that the one we're referring to?
Yes, but the expression is used in the context of fair value. And I think it's not necessary to have cost of disposal in this IPSAS 21, because the terminology more appropriate for fair value is cost to sell.
Yeah, so it's an important consistency point with IPSAS 46 in particular. Okay, so I think if you can just have a look at that, but I can see the point you're making, Patricia, so thanks for that. Okay, so then let's just move on to Appendix A3 to see if there are any additional points there that members are concerned about. We're not proposing to make a change for. So, Agustina, we are on then pages 27 through 29. Any concerns there from members? Not seeing any flags raised. So I think then the next, that all from your point of view? Yep. Yeah.
Yes, so that is, there's, the next agenda item will be the approval, but before that, what we would like to do is go through a page flip to see if there's incremental comments. What I would like to suggest, if you have editorials, if you could send those to me offline, but if you have any other comments on the page flip, we will be taking notes, and Dave is going to help me go through the pages. Thank you.
So I'll start on page 4 of agenda item 3.3.1. That's the introduction. So we have the objective and the IPSAS standards being amended. It's the overview of what the proposals are. Then I'll move to page 5, which is the second half of that. Then I'll move to page 6, which is the first page of the pronouncement, amendments part 1. And these are the amendments to IPSAS 3. Page 7 are the basis of conclusions for IPSAS 3. Page 8 are the amendments to other IPSAS.
I think this is the one that you asked to remove from the pronouncement, so I'll be actioning that. It was one of the discussions we had today. Thank you.
Thanks for that clarification.
Page 9 is amendments to IPSAS 12 inventories. Page 10 is a continuation. Page 11.
Yep, Patricia.
Yes, it's only the questions about paragraph 15A and the requirements about the disclosure of fair value measurement, because fair value is not a subsequent measurement for inventories. I'm confused about this, because the change in relation to non-recurring and recurring is about subsequent measurement, but fair value is not a subsequent measurement for inventories. And then I think this paragraph B should be deleted.
So on IPSAS 12, if you're a broker dealer, you're allowed to measure inventories at fair value. And this is why you have the current value measurement disclosures that IPSAS 46 added to IPSAS 12 regarding fair value. The scope of this project only focused on the incremental will have been to add COV disclosures for the non-recurring basis, but I would say IPSAS 12, in this unique situation that you're a broker dealer, you can measure them at fair value.
But the broker dealer is presented the scope out. It's not in the scope of inventories. This IPSAS 12. Because, yeah, I understand you, but IPSAS 12. IPSAS 12 is not applicable for this type of inventories.
Andrew?
So the scope out for the broker dealer only applies to the measurement of the inventories, Patricia. It still stays in the scope of IPSAS 12 for everything else. So the disclosures, the recognition, it stays in 12.
I need more time to analyze this. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think that's just something offline. I don't think we're not proposing a change at the moment in accordance with Andrew's explanation. Okay.
So that brings us to page 11. Page 12. Page 13 is the beginning of the basis for conclusion. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. And then page 17 is the comparison with IAS 2. Then on page 18, we begin the amendments to IPSAS 31, intangible assets. Page 19 is amendments to IPSAS 46, measurement. Page 20 is Appendix B, current operational value. Page 21 is basis for conclusion. Page 22 is a continuation of the basis for conclusions. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26. Page 27 wraps up the basis for conclusions. Page 28 starts implementation guidance for IPSAS 46. Page 29. Page 30 starts part 2 of the amendments, limited scope changes to IPSAS 21. Page 31. Page 32. Page 33. Page 34. Page 35. Page 36 starts amendments to other IPSAS and the conceptual framework. Page 37. Page 38 begins the basis for conclusions. Page 39. Page 40. Page 41. Page 42 is implementation guidance. Page 43 is illustrative examples. Page 44. Page 45. Page 46. Page 47. Page 48. Page 49. Page 50.
Yep, Claudia.
I'm not sure, but maybe Agostina should explain. We have modified a little bit the example about illustrated example 34 following, because we amended the fact patterns. So maybe that's used.
Yeah, so Claudia submitted comments as to modify this example so it was more clear. So I have made some adjustments. This is still consistent with the guidance of IPSAS 21. Before I was talking about one lane being operational, but the bridge being closed, which generated confusion. So we are just removing that. And I think when I share the changes that I have made, the group will be able to see all of the amendments based on from what was posted online to now.
Page 51, page 52, page 53, and page 54 is comparison with IAS 36. Page 55 is amendments part 3 to the definition of the accounting estimates. Page 56, page 57, page 58 is basis for conclusions. Page 59 is implementation guidance. Page 60, page 61 is amendments to other IPSAS. Page 62 is application guidance. Page 63, page 64, page 65, page 66, page 67, page 68, page 69, page 70, page 71, page 72, page 73, page 74, page 75, page 76, page 77, page 78, page 79, page 80 brings us into amendments to IPSAS 34, page 81, page 82, page 83 brings us into amendments to IPSAS 38, page 84, page 85, and page 86 and 87 are the last pages of the document.
David.
Thanks, Ian. I'm assuming that consequent to what we appear to have decided, that maybe pages 76, 77, 78 and 79 might disappear, as they're all related to IPSAS 31.
So the reason why they were kept there is because from a current value measurement disclosures perspective, we are still removing the recurring and non-recurring terminology. However, all the other amendments that we had before where we were adding COV, those have been removed. So it's strictly about removing the terminology from an enhancement perspective, and that's why we kept them. But are you referring to remove 31 altogether?
Well, I think it depends on what the board decides they want to do about 31, which may be part of the discussion that needs to be had. I don't know. I mean, you know, I don't like the use of the terms recurring and non-recurring anyway, because I think it's very confusing. And if that's all it is, I think it might be appropriate to make the point somewhere.
Patricia, you want to comment on that?
And in my opinion, in my view, IPSAS 31 should be not changed in any paragraph because there are other questions to be discussed. For example, the recurring or recurring, the level of fair value, because the discussion about the active market seems incoherent with the disclosure about the level 3 of fair value, and then I think it's better not to change anything. Yeah.
I mean, I'm seeing nods to that, and I think from a communication point of view, it's actually much better to say, you know, we're taking that out, and then, you know, that will be brought back through whatever mechanism we agree as a board. Andrew, are you on that one? Yep.
Sorry to be the spanner in the works, but I'm not comfortable with taking it out. The reason being is, I guess from an IFRS literature point of view, the disclosures around how you've determined the fair value set in 13, we made the decision to put that in each individual standard. So we would still need those disclosures because if you do elect the revaluation model and go to fair value using current IPSAS 31, you need to provide the disclosures on how you get to that fair value. And if we delete all of this, then those disclosures are not there. So I would feel uncomfortable.
I would clarify the disclosures are there today because IPSAS 46 put them. But I think to Andrew's point, if we remove this, the amendments solely to the disclosures with like COV is not in those in part 4, what you're going to have is that you're going to have disclosures for current value measurements, which are not consistent. So we're going to keep recurrent and non-recurrent in IPSAS 31 because we will be removing it from this final pronouncement. And that might raise questions from a preparer perspective as to why that terminology is in 31, but it's not across all the other IPSAS. So that's, I think, is something to consider. But for clarity, IPSAS 31 already has current value measurement disclosures. The only proposal that is in scope of part 4 is removing recurring and non-recurring. And I'll pass it to the chair. Thank you.
Okay. So Patricia, you disagree on that? Well, I think I can see arguments both ways, but I think there is a consistency point here. From a process point of view, I think, I mean, at this stage, I don't want to get into a big debate about this. I think there needs to be a discussion offline because we do need to resolve it one way or the other. I can certainly see the consistency point that Andrew makes. And I think from a point of view of it seems very strange to make this change to all the other standards and then not to make it. So from that point of view, I can see the argument that way. Angela, I don't want to debate it, but I just,
Thanks, Chair. It's possibly just a way forward. I support the staff's proposal. I can see arguments both ways, but when I step back, there's a big communication story that we need to tell as part of this project around IPSAS 31 and the decisions we've made. So I think through the communication, we can make it clear what specific change, and it's not to do with the issue. So I think through communication, that would be my proposal because I can see both ways. But yeah, so I support what the staff, but perhaps it's in the communication that we're clear about what we've changed and what we haven't changed and why.
Okay, so I think, the proposal at the moment is to retain for the reasons that Angela, you've explained. We do need to communicate. So I think, unless there's another reason, Patricia, I think probably, I just want to check really from a board point of view, are board members happy to retain? And maybe I'll just take a show of hands on that one. So those that are content with moving ahead in the way that Angela articulated. Sorry, Patricia, can I just take a sense of where the board is on this one? Because, so those that are content to retain, as proposed by Angela and Andrew, can I just take a show of hands on that? Okay. So I think that's carried that we retain. Okay. So I think that was the last point, wasn't it, on the page flip? Okay. So in terms of moving this forward, I don't think we've made any changes bar one, which is the prospective application, to the substantive the core part of the material. There are quite a number, though, of changes to basis for conclusions. So that's not going to change the substantive issues, but there are a number of changes in explanation responding to comments that members have made. And take the sense of the board, I think, obviously your proposal, Agostina, was that we see this back with changes accepted that we've got here marked up, but then with those additional changes in terms of BCs marked up. You know, there are some issues with one or two members not being around on Friday, but perhaps on balance, it would be better to actually see this back with those amendments marked up before we actually move to a vote. Can I just check whether that seems a reasonable way forward for members? And we have the slot on Friday morning to do it anyway. Now, process-wise, Agostina, obviously members need to see this beforehand. When would you be able to get it round to members?
So I would ask, I have received some comments from members already that I will be working on. If you do have comments yourself right now, editorials, I would like if you could provide them to me, ideally today or tomorrow. I think in general what we try to do, I don't know, Ross, you want to comment?
Yeah, I think you need to focus on the substantive.
Yeah, I
points on
think
BCs, not
editorials can be taken up. We will have an editorial process to finalise. So I think don't cloud the issue with bringing in the editorials at this stage. I think, you know, what we're looking for here is there are a number of changes as a result of members' interventions today, particularly on BCs, and we do need to make sure. So if we can focus ourselves on those, I think that's right. You know, I don't want to overload you, but I also don't want to overload board members as well in terms of focusing on new material.
So I think that the plan will be to share this with the board similar to prior meetings by Thursday ahead of the collaborative time. So you have time to look at the revisions ahead of Friday. So I will share it. I would aim to do it ahead of 3 o'clock. I know we're meeting on Thursday to discuss 31, so that would not be part of the changes, but any other comments of substance that I received today, staff has received today, or by email that is of substance will be reflected by Thursday and to provide you the opportunity in the afternoon to go over those changes ahead of Friday.
Everyone okay with that? And then I think we would just deal with comments by exception on Friday morning in terms of, any substantive objections to the proposed amendments. And as I say, there will be an editorial process for this in the usual way. So that will be the time to deal with the editorial comments at that point in time. Any other points anybody wants to raise on this? Good. Okay. Well, thank you very much to staff and to task force in terms of there's a lot of work gone into this. It is complex, and I think it is important. It's been very important. We've gone through this process from the point of view of the integrity of our literature. I think we've got a way forward then in terms of the further consideration, further discussion between members so that we can articulate a way forward for our constituents on the application of COV or not in terms of IPSAS 31. So I think that's moved us forward a long way, and we'll just take that bit of extra time and then we'll vote on Friday morning. Okay, so that completes measurement. And with that, we're 20 minutes ahead of schedule, but I think, Leah, lunch is ready. So I think let's refuel and then we will come back refreshed and ready for the discussion on tangible natural resources. So back here at 1:10 everybody, and thank you very much for this morning's session. Thank you. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. For those of us here refueled in terms of calories, caffeine, and so on. So now we come to the discussion in terms of tangible natural resources, and obviously very helpful first look at responses during the check-in meeting, and Edwin has now responded to the way forward that we agreed in outline at the check-in meeting in terms of the papers prepared for this meeting. So I said to him, "Are you ready?" And he said, "Yes, bring it on." So Edwin, to you.
Thanks, Ian. So first I'll talk about the timeline, and I won't spend a lot of time on this because it might change depending on the decisions from this meeting. But if you recall from April, we broke down the issues into cross-cutting issues and then specific items. So for this meeting, we'll be looking at the cross-cutting issues. So location of guidance, scope, definitions, and certain clarifications that had to do with things like project objectives, expectation gaps, and things that are related to the framework. In the July check-in, the plan is to bring specific issues to the board. So things like whether we need to amend heritage assets, looking again at the rebuttable presumption over depreciation, etc. So assuming that all that goes ahead in September, the plan is to bring back a draft version of the IPSAS standard. And that will be the first time the board will essentially flip through the standard to see how we've implemented all the decisions from this meeting and the July check-in into standard format. And then in October, we will bring back a feedback statement as we've discussed in April. And in December, we will vote on finalizing the IPSAS. So no decisions for this paper, just very high level overview of how we plan to go from this meeting to approval. Okay, so in terms of the first issues paper, the first one that we're looking at is location of guidance. So if you recall from when we developed ED92, this would have been last year. So we specifically formed a task force to think about the location of guidance and whether the guidance on natural resources should be a separate IPSAS or whether it should be somehow incorporated into existing IPSAS. And the conclusion we came to at the task force, or at least the majority of the task force, agreed that it should be a separate standalone standard. And we took this issue to the CAG as well, and the CAG overwhelmingly supported having a separate standard, if anything for public interest reasons, to highlight the importance of natural resources. So a few of the responses that we got from ED92 actually brought this issue up again, and some of them were, I guess, in the framing of cross-references to IPSAS 45, some of them questioned, well, if you have so many cross-references to PP&E, should this really be a standalone standard or is this part of PP&E? But other respondents went further and said that they do not believe that conservation is separate from the uses that are for PP&E, so using an asset for the production of goods or services. And they put forward that really it should be part of PP&E and not a separate IPSAS. So staff looked at all those responses and we essentially reanalyzed whether we should have the guidance in a separate IPSAS. And the key thing we noted was that a lot of the arguments that were raised, and this is in the appendix to the paper, were really not new. So those arguments were all brought up during the development of the ED when the CP went out a few years ago. And the board had already discussed all of that before finalizing the ED. So on that basis, staff thought, well, because there's really nothing new and most constituents continue to view conservation as something that's separate from PP&E, that the proposal is to keep the guidance as a separate standard. So I'll pause here for now and see what the board members have to say.
Okay, so, very much, we need to have a discussion on this in terms of the board and conclude on the way forward. So really looking to get input from as many members as possible, just in terms of talking around this before we conclude. And I might perhaps go to Renee as the task force chair on natural resources just to kick us off. And then we'll just literally get as much input from members on where they're at, bearing in mind all the various different inputs and feedback that we've had. So Renee, to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Edwin, for a very thorough analysis and taking the time to go back and reconsider our proposal based on the challenges that we got. So yes, we got some challenges, but we also got some very strong support. So I personally feel that the support we got is strong enough to continue with our proposal to have a separate standard. I think that the issue, the nature of natural resource is unique enough. The use of the natural resource, for example, used for conservation, is, yes, it's a use. We're using it for a specific, the specific delivery of a service, which is to protect it and enjoy it for future generation. But it is different than using it to deliver a service or deliver other specific programs. So I take that there's a lot of maybe references to IPSAS 45, but to me this is not a persuasive argument for not keeping it as a separate standard. I think that the public interest and the strategy here to make the standard more prominent in our literature, given that natural resource is something new. It's something we're going to continue to also deliberate, provide additional guidance on. This standard is a piece of a bigger puzzle. It's a piece of a bigger puzzle, and it's part of our work program. We are going to work on the other pieces of that puzzle, and I think giving it prominence at this point in our literature is going to be useful, and I think it's going to be valuable to our stakeholders. So I'm really in favor of staff's proposal.
Thanks, Renee. And just in terms of visibility, I think it's worth noting that it's quite interesting that I've had conversations with board members, both IPSASB and the IASB, and certainly a number of senior board members have actually read this exposure draft and expressed a lot of interest in it in terms of that bigger landscape that you talk about, certainly, with IPSASB looking at biodiversity and so on. I think, it's not just about recognition, but it's also about the disclosures. So, just to observe that I think there is a lot of interest in how we take this forward. And, from the standard setting community, as well as from our sort of the constituents have taken the time to respond. And I think we have had a lot of very good responses, good response rates. So with that, open for comments. Angela.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Edwin, for the papers. I guess I come from quite a different place, and my preference would be that the guidance on the financial reporting recognition on balance sheet aspects of a natural resources project should be in the PPE standards. I think what's changed recently for me is clarification, particularly in the April check-in. What was the objective, or what is the objective that we currently ended up with? And I think the project potentially, constituents may have had a wider expectation, and I think we've talked about expectation gaps in April, and some may have thought this was a effectively a service performance reporting around conservation activity and broader disclosures around the effectiveness and efficiency of your conservation activity. Some people thought this was the opportunity to maybe look at unextracted mineral resources and a chance to get something new on the balance sheet that perhaps the conceptual framework didn't really consider. I think there's a third expectation gap in my mind, which is around how does nature fit with the broader sustainability and the planet and emissions and carbon and quality of water. And so there's kind of a sustainability element as well as a service performance stewardship element. So when it was confirmed, or at least in my mind, it's been confirmed that this is quite a narrow financial reporting about whether you control an asset and education for constituents on how to apply the conceptual framework to natural resources, I sort of reflect that that controlling a natural resource in a genuine in ownership sort of substance sense is that this is already covered by PP&E as a specialised asset, and it's no different from any other specialised asset. And to illustrate my logic, I think the education piece that we might have missed along the way was, what do we mean by used for provision of services in PPE? And I know that seemed to give a lot of people concern that it didn't fit within PPE, but the way I think about it is if a public sector entity controls a natural resource and has a responsibility to conserve it, it could easily choose a variety of conservation activity or methods, including completely restricting it for anyone's use. And therefore, as an entity, that is the service that it's been used for. So I guess I never had a concern about the used for service under PPE and why natural resources that you control and have an objective to conserve, why that isn't in the broader conceptual sense a service that you're using the asset for. So I guess that's where I come from, and I guess I'm very much focused on the first objective is to help constituents apply the conceptual framework for recognition of assets on a balance sheet. I do, for avoidance of doubt, I do believe those other objectives like stewardship, service performance reporting, broader sustainability is of significant public interest, and I think there's work to be done there by this board, and it's a really important topic. But I think when we're looking at financial reporting, I think it actually fits best under PP&E, and the guidance on financial reporting is in there. But we don't lose sight of these other very important public interest issues that we should really consider as a board.
Okay, thanks, Angela. Camilla, you wanted to come in next.
Yes, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Edwin. So on this topic, I support staff recommendation of keeping the guidance separately, but still when reading the paper, I was surprised to see this pushback, especially from the professional accounting organizations, a bit skeptical about the need of having a separate standard. I think that if we do move forward, keeping the guidance separate as a separate standard, I think we definitely need to improve the way we are selling the importance of this standard, because maybe in the way we communicated it as saying, okay, it's only a residual standard. We assume already that in most of cases, natural resources will not be recognized. We already reducing the importance of this standard, and maybe that's the reason why there was so much pushback from PAOs saying, well, you don't need actually a separate standard. Why don't you do it as you did for infrastructure assets or for heritage assets and just include that guidance in PP&E? So I would definitely support this suggestion, but really to rethink, and maybe that goes in line with the second topic of the scope, how we will sell the importance and the added value of these standards, so that then it's really clear for everyone why we decided to keep it as a separate standard and not incorporate as part of IPSAS 45 and so on. So thanks.
Thanks, Camilla. Mike.
So just a brief answer to the question. I think you can't see that agenda item isolated from the next two agenda items. If we will, let's say, agree on the narrower definition and on the changed title of the standards, I'm definitely in favor of having a separate standard, because there are, to my mind, enough reasons to separate that. If we would go in the direction of PP&E, I would favor a totally different approach, which is in the public sector accounting standards in Germany, where natural resource is part of the PP&E, but that's not limited to natural resource held to conservation. That's a broader meaning, which has also its merit with benefits. But as I said, if you stick to the new definition and the new title, I'm totally fine with having it at a separate standard, because there are enough reasons to keep it separate.
Thanks, Mike. And just to pick up on a process point, in reflecting on how we move forward, we do need to look at, the way in which we've gone out with this CD, because from a due process point of view, we have reviewed the text of the exposure draft. We've put that out for comment. We had an alternative view, as provided by Andrew and Patricia. And in terms of the way forward, in terms of finalising this as a pronouncement, yes, in terms of the detailed comments, we would need to reflect those. But broadly, the choices in terms of building from the ED are either we finalise based on the broader scope of the ED, or we finalise based on the narrow scope of the ED. So if we decide to do anything else, we move right back a step. I think I'm right in that, Ross. So I just want to make sure that in having this conversation, board members are clear about that, because I think that's really important in terms of, to use one of my mother's favourite phrases, we are where we are, and due process tells us the way forward on this, or the way forward options. If we don't take one of those two broad options, then we're back in the melting pot again. Ross?
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. I mean, if you're moving against any of the major positions that were in the exposure draft in a completely different direction, without a lot of strong support and comments to do so, you'd probably be considering, I don't want to say the word, because purposely in our due process, it comes after you approve what you think will make the final standard. But I think it would be a step back in terms of this. And I do think in the comments we've received, reflecting on the alternative views that were out there, there is a path forward to the guidance that the board had contemplated and proposed.
Thanks. So I just think it's worthwhile that that's the terrain we're in. Claudia, I think you were next, and then Abdullah.
Yeah, thank you. I just support what Renee and Mike said. A separate standard might be the best way going forward. The only thing we may have to make sure that we are the scope right and the definition, what is in the standard. That is, I think, one of the pushback we received. It was with this differencing and referencing was quite complicated to understand what we mean. And if you have an own standard, it's easier to amend them if we come later on in the future to figure out how we deal with other natural assets or resources. So then we can add on this standard, which it's easier to add on a separate topic.
Thanks, Claudia. Abdullah.
Thank you, Chair. And just building up on the comments, especially from Mike, and I'm here going against the recommendation prepared by my team, where they thought it would be more logical to put it under PPE, but I'm looking at it from, other than just a purely accounting perspective, I'm looking into it from the characteristics of those assets, from the holistic picture that jurisdiction would be looking at it. They would want to have a label, and for that they would, because in the conservation, it's like it would be one of also the elements for sustainability that they're going to be labeling in there. And this is a public sector specific issue. So when I'm looking at it, I would say a separate standard would be more logical choice, and I go with the recommendation from the staff team, especially if we're going with the coming papers regarding the scope and the title. So I would go with it.
Thanks, Abdullah. Murray, I think you were next.
I support the separate standalone standard, and so I'm in confusion. The definition of the tangible asset and the tangible natural resources, and so quite different, the two definitions. And so in conceptual framework, there is a definition about the asset and resource. However, the resource definition of the resource in the conceptual framework is quite different, and it's economic benefits or right too. So I'm in confusion, and so maybe it's the same standards, and it is a confusion, and maybe it is necessary to revise or include another definition of the resources. Thank you.
Thanks, Murray. I mean, I think, it's quite difficult to separate all of the issues here, isn't it, in terms of, and I think we're hearing that, there are a series of things that we're going to need to work our way through to make sure that we can communicate what we're doing if we decide to move forward and all of those kinds of things. And then, there's a scope question if we move forward, then there's the definition point and so on. So there's a number of different things we're going to have to work our way through. And I think it's good to hold those comments in mind in terms of if board members have confusion on various issues, then inevitably stakeholders will have that, whether they've expressed that through their response or whatever. So I think we'll come back to the points that you've raised there, Mary. Jonah, you're next.
Yes, I want to say I support separate standards for natural resources held for conservation. Of course, the expectation from our constituencies has been on subsoil natural resources. And so our thinking is that probably if subsoil natural resources, this being a residual standard, if the subsoil's natural resources can be measured, then definitely that probably will fall under 46 or 12. And that guidance probably, I don't know how we can communicate that as well as assets, natural resources held for conservation. Thank you.
Thanks, Jonah. Other members? Oh, sorry, Scott. Yeah, thanks, Andrew.
I think I'm still a member, Ian. So anyway, so. Just among friends. Just among friends.
That, Scott. Go ahead.
Yeah, just for completeness, I support the recommendation of the staff on this. I really like, Abdullah, your point about this is very public sector specific. And so I think that weighs, but it also raises the attention. I think it's as you flip through the handbook and you're looking at standards, the fact that there's a standalone standard reminds the issuers that this is something they need to think about. Otherwise, I think it may not necessarily come to thought. If it's buried in another standard, they may not be able to find that. So I am supportive. I think it's public sector specific, and I think it should be standalone. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Karen.
Thank you, Chair. I deliberately sort of held back because I wanted to hear other board members' views on this, particularly given that the gestation of this was kind of prior to my board membership, but very conscious that as a CAG member, when this was first being considered, I didn't support it. being a separate standard. I'm very much more aligned with some of the sentiments that Angela talked about around it being about how you apply what's already there. I'm not sure, and I think again this interacts with how we define this, that the PPNE standard would be a suitable alternative for it. It's perhaps more about an application of the conceptual framework for me. And I'm also, so I think there is this question of kind of what's the scope of it as a financial reporting standard. Very conscious of the fact as well that, you know, there's the new big beast arriving in terms of sustainability reporting, and natural resources very much part of that as well, in an area that we haven't considered yet or developed yet. And so what fits in a financial reporting suite of standards and what fits in a sustainability suite of standards, and just acknowledging that you know, there might be, if you like, a bit of scope creep between the two, and being really clear about that. So, you know, again, sort of kind of mapping out what's in front of us. If we go down this approach, where does it take us? I'm probably moved a little bit to kind of sort of maybe sitting on the fence on this, but I'm still not persuaded at this point that it needs to be a separate standard. But I think as we continue to discuss this, I'm kind of open to hearing and the developing conversation that might take me one way or the other. But I do think it needs to be some kind of application or implementation guidance, because I think that would be really useful. So if there was another mechanism to do that, that would be great. But I'm not convinced at this point it should be a separate standard. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Andrew?
So similar to Karen, was waiting to hear where everybody else is. I think I was on the fence and have maybe moved slightly to the one side of the fence. So I think I started with, I think it needs to be within property, plant and equipment. And I think if you look at the responses, you've got very mature and experienced jurisdictions in accrual accounting saying it should potentially be in PPE. But I think there's a message in that in itself as well, because they are mature and that they do think it is there. And reflecting on you know, feedback and comments that I've received from others, there is this confusion or potential misunderstanding around service and what does that actually mean. And I think putting this in a separate standard does help us provide a little bit of guidance around that and get more of that message out. I think also subsoil is something that keeps coming up time and time again, and this sends a very strong message that subsoil is not going to be you know, on balance sheet at this point in time, for the reason that it's there. And then the sustainability link, I agree with Karen that there is this potential for sort of confusion, but I almost see that this would give us a tool to help navigate that confusion perhaps and isolate the two between each other. But as the sustainability space perhaps does move, it gives us a little bit more flexibility than having it within PPE. So I've maybe moved slightly off from the fence where I was into supporting it as a separate standard.
Thanks, Andrew. I think that's quite a good analysis of the various different arguments, actually, in terms of where we've come from and you know, kind of the pros and cons. Because inevitably, as in quite a lot of things, there isn't a right or wrong. It's actually about how we move forward and how we communicate that. And I think there's a number of those communication messages there. Just looking around the board table in terms of those who haven't had an opportunity to contribute so far, I don't know if anybody wants to come in and add to what's been said. Patricia, you're hovering, you know, as one of the authors of the alternative view, I guess.
I support the proposal because I think it's very hard to conciliate with the scope of PPNE, beginning of the definition of PPNE. I think it's there is a comment about the response, but I think it's very hard to conciliate with the definition of PPE because the use for the use in the production of supply of goods or services, production of goods presume consumption, and it's not the case. And then you need to change a lot of the structure of PPNE, and I support not to include as a guidance in PPNE, and consequently it's a separate standard. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. So any other comments from members that haven't come in? Yakuba, do you want to?
To me, we started with a scope that was urged, and we ended up with a narrow scope. But what is I'm happy with is that we are complying with our public mandate because we are listening to our constituent. There was a big support for to narrow the scope to resources, natural resources for conservation. And I think the board is doing well to comply with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Yakuba. Sunjin, do you want to come in at all?
Not a comment, but I'm interested in the case of African countries, why they need to have separate standard for natural resources. Can I get a little more cool about that?
When the project was launched, we started with trying to bring together all natural resources. You see, so from hair, from forestry, etc., etc. But now that the borders work on this, it was very difficult to find specific characteristics to bring all those resources together. And at the board level, we narrowed the scope to L for conservation, phase on. And we decided to send SMC to look at if there are other tangible natural resources that can fit the scope. And at the end of the day, if you look at the analysis and the comment we got, constituent explained that there are no other items that can be bring on the table. So it is our public mandate to listen to the constituent at this point.
Thank you for the clarification. I asked about that question because until now, I've been leaning forward to Karen's point of view. It's about the same standard. Only difference is how to apply to specific financial statement items. But based on original intention and actually demand for separate standard, I'm trying to debate with myself about changing view a little in the opposite way, but I'd like to continue our discussion about this.
Thanks. I'm just thinking, Yun, we haven't heard from you. Do you have a preference in terms of?
Yes, I support a separate standard if we can change the title of the standard to the tangible natural resources held for conservation.
Thanks, Yun. I'm just trying to think, has anybody not had a chance to contribute around the board table? Because it is an important issue, and there's a number of linked issues, like as Yun has just raised the title and so on. But I think the important thing is to actually really, that we've had the debate and people have had the opportunity, and I think we do. Unless there's any other comments, I think all the members have had an opportunity to input, and probably we need to check now where we are in terms of whether we move forward with a separate standard or not. So I think probably at this stage, it's worthwhile just checking where members are in terms of those that would be in favour of moving forward with a separate standard? Those against? And maybe we need to allow for abstentions on that. So Ross, do you want to take us through that?
Yeah, so those who support the proposal in the staff paper to continue with the separate standard, please raise your hands. So I've got 13, but I'm going to count again because I wasn't sure if Sung Jin had his hand up or not. I didn't count you, but so just raise your hands again. I just want to make sure I've got an accurate count. Yeah, I've got 13.
Okay, thanks. And let's check who's against and who's sitting on the fence or abstaining. So those against?
Yeah, those against first, raise your hand. I'm seeing one against. Going once, twice, so one. And just to matter of record, based on attendance, who's abstaining? With 2 abstentions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. I think, it was important that we had that discussion, and I think, actually pretty much following Andrew's summary, I think, it is one of those things where there are arguments either way, and I know we do need to think about that point in terms of the responses that we have received from a number of the more experienced jurisdictions in terms of the way they're approaching this. And I think, some of it is reflected in the arguments we've had in the board in terms of what is a service. And I think also some of it may just be actually that, they started out and there wasn't a space to put these things. And therefore, actually you kind of go, well, okay, maybe it's closest to property, plant and equipment. And inevitably, in terms of there will be a choice at jurisdiction level as to whether they pick up the standard eventually or not. Because I don't think if people have got a well-established approach to this that we would necessarily advocate for you have to suddenly move it out of PP&E to to natural resources. But I think that was, it was a good debate. I think it was important that our constituents, seeing us having that debate and the way in which we've drawn on their comments. And I think then that does move us then into the next stage of the discussion, which is we did put out an exposure draft, which proposed a broad scope. We had the alternative view that we should only focus on assets held for conservation. We looked at the responses when we did the check-in meeting, and Edwin, to you then in terms of just to set up the discussion.
Thanks, Chair. So in terms of scope, as a lot of members already mentioned, staff is proposing to narrow the scope. But before I get to the recommendation, so if you recall in ED 92, we did go out with a very broad scope, and essentially it was almost like a residual standard where things that didn't fall into the scope of an existing IPSAS fell into the scope of the ED. And so we asked a two-pronged SMC. One was, the first part was, do you agree with this approach? And the second part was, regardless of whether you agree or not, can you think of any type of asset other than the ones that are held for conservation that would fall into the scope of this ED. And there was some support for the scoping approach that we proposed, but the majority of respondents pretty much said they do not agree with the residual approach that we used. And a lot of them mentioned that they actually agree with the alternative view, which is that this exposure draft should really focus on conservation. And the thing that really struck me was, regardless of whether they agreed with the scoping approach or disagreed, almost all respondents came back and said, well, we couldn't really think of anything other than conservation that would fall into this ED. There were some respondents who provided examples of what they thought could be in this ED, but then they consisted of things like, well, they said there could be geological features that you're using to generate energy. And if you read the exposure draft, that essentially is PP&E. So that would actually be out of the scope of the ED. So taking those items and those suggestions out, really the only thing we're left with is natural resources held for conservation. So because of that, and I guess the other reasons, I'll go through those too, is some of the respondents noted that if we were to narrow the scope, there would be a lot less room for unintended consequences. So one of the concerns was the original ED was very broad in terms of recognition and measurement. And particularly for measurement, we included both items that could be held for operational capacity or financial capacity. And a lot of respondents said, well, if this is really meant for conservation, how would this be held for financial capacity? It should really just be operational capacity. So that was one of the concerns. And then a lot of constituents actually came back and said, well, if you look at the other existing IPSAS, the way you're defining assets in those standards is based on their intended use or their primary intended use. So they stepped back and said, well, shouldn't we do the same for natural resources? And in this case, it would make sense to limit it to natural resources that you're holding for conservation. Some respondents also brought up that in order to apply ED 92 as it was exposed, the person or the group who is applying the standard will need to know every single IPSAS because it's almost a fallout. And their concern was that when it comes to natural resources, they do not expect the typical accounting department to be the ones who are applying the standard. This will probably go to the people who are running conservation programs, and they might not necessarily know IPSAS inside and out. So that would result in a lot of implementation costs. So, and as some of the members brought up, like having a focus on conservation would provide more support for having a separate standard. And finally, some constituents brought up that by focusing on conservation, this really ties into how this is a public sector specific standard, and it highlights the public sector's role in conservation. So based on all those reasons, staff is proposing to narrow the scope of the standard to just tangible natural resources held for conservation. I'll open it to comments.
Okay, thanks Edwin for that summary. And I think, again, very rich responses. Perhaps to kick things off again, Renee, if I could go to you, having chaired the task force.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, I forgot that. We did talk about this at the CAG yesterday. I forgot to let Fabienne summarize the discussion.
Apologies.
Thank you, Jan and Edwin. On the issue of scope, actually, most members supported the proposal put forward to the IPSASB to narrow the scope to those tangible natural resources that are held for conservation. And while some members noted challenges around recognition and measurement, they felt that it would help to clarify and to clearly define actually conservation and what was meant by conservation. And the board was also advised to update existing IPSASs to address natural resources that would fall within the scope of other IPSASs. That's it from me for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Fabienne, and apologies to, so to you now, Renee.
Yes, so back when we deliberated and drafted the ED, I was more in the camp of wanting a principle-based standard, not necessarily defining those other types of natural resources and their use. But now that we've heard from constituents and the feedback, to me, it's very strong. It's overwhelming that having more clarity, having a standard that has a clearer scope, a more defined scope, is going to be easier to operationalize. And also, I like that we are further defining or articulating what service means in the context of of preservation, that it is held for service potential. It is a service potential, but it's a very specific service potential. And by narrowing the scope, we have an opportunity to articulate that. And I think we offer a standard that is clearer to our constituents. So I'm very much in favor of moving forward with that narrower scope now that we've heard the feedback. Also the fact that no one could really come up with anything else. I was hoping that maybe someone would, but that is also, I think, point well taken.
Thanks, Renee. So again, as before, open up for comments from other members. David.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with narrowing the scope, but I was just struck by a word that Renee used, which might actually really fall into discussion of the following paper, but that was the use of the word preservation. Conservation, I think, has got some fairly well-known meanings attached to it. So, I mean, if you're working in the art field or the museum field, then works of art or other parts of a collection will be conserved. And I think by using the word conservation or conserved, you can see why some people start to think of a PP&E standard, because that's where those sorts of things fall. Whereas I think if you're using the word preservation, that's probably got a slightly broader meaning. And you can see how you would want to preserve your natural habitats or something. So yeah, a narrower scope, but I think the word of conservation or preservation or how we define that could be important and may help to clarify certain aspects of why we're thinking in terms of a separate standard that's not something that falls into PP&E.
Thank you, David. Karen, next.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with that, with the narrower scope as well. But I wondered if staff could just explain a bit more about some of the reasoning in the definition that's proposed of the tangible natural resources. I'm a bit with David in terms of conservation. And I think, as I made in my earlier remarks, I wasn't convinced that this was to do with PP&E. But when I read in the description that it's for active use or consumption in the provision of goods and services, I automatically think of PP&E. And I have to confess, I struggled with the end part of that sentence. I couldn't see why we didn't stop it at the end of consumption. And I don't know whether we've also got everything in there yet, but it would be really useful to understand staff's thinking, or I would find it useful to understand staff's thinking in the definition that's put there, because I think there are some things to think through in terms of exactly what is in scope.
Thanks, Karen. If we can have if we can talk about the definition next, because I think we need to just make sure that we've heard all the views in terms of scope and whether we are going to go for a narrower scope. And then if we do go for the narrower scope, then how do we define that? But I just want to take the conversation in stages. So I think Angela was next, and then Camira and Scott online, and then back to Claudia.
Thanks, Chair. And I'm very much looking forward to the next agenda item on definitions of conservation. But on a more serious point on scope, I support the staff recommendation on narrowing the scope. And in fact, it was a narrowing the scope, which is where I got to on agenda item 1 in my mind. But the narrowing of scope in terms of what particular asset is in focus is good, and I think that will help us move forward. I think my questions and my clarifications, and I think hopefully constituents also want to clarify, is I heard a number of comments in the CAG member discussion yesterday around, is this a sustainability standard? Is this a financial reporting standard? Is this a bit of both? Is it a service performance reporting standard? What is the standard? And in my mind, it's very clear from the check-in meeting and the recent meetings that our first priority, we might have started somewhere quite broad back in the consultation paper, but we have whittled it down, I believe, in more recent times to it as a financial reporting standard to help constituents recognise an asset on balance sheet. And I think the clarity of scope of what we're trying to achieve with the standard is so important to me, because I think there are some really important other objectives that I do believe this board should deal with, and that is your activity of conservation and how effective it is, plus the sustainability broader, plus potentially a future discussion one day on unextracted mineral resources. So there are many facets to natural resources, and so in the scope discussion, happy with the held for conservation, but I want to ask the question, are we still very much focused on a financial reporting standard to help constituents recognise an asset on balance sheet? Because that actually impacts my responses to some of the following agenda items.
So thanks, Angela. I mean, I think, just on that point in terms of the objective, I think it's been interesting all the way through in that we had a number of competing views, and so one of the views that we had all the way through, and actually it came through in the responses as well, was actually, well, you should be getting this stuff on balance sheet, and if you need to change the definition of an asset in your conceptual framework to do it, then think about doing that. Because we have had very strong push all the way through that stuff should go on the balance sheet, and indeed, that's one of the reasons why there was a lot of interest. I think, jurisdictions in Africa and Latin America were saying, actually, we've got all these mineral reserves, actually we want to put them on the balance sheet. And so I think that's been one of the lines that, and, but equally as well, and this started off in the consultation paper, when we looked at it through the lens of the conceptual framework and went through, we started off with what is meets the definition of an asset, and then the question came through as to, can you recognise that? And so taking that kind of logical stepped approach then led you to actually, well, we're going to need to think about those things that might not meet the recognition criteria, but actually there should be some disclosure for. And I think that's, if you look at that sort of flowchart decision tree that's in the standard, that was where that thinking came from. So that all the way through, we try to look at it through the lens of the conceptual framework and say, by applying that, okay, and that's where it sort of whittles it down, in terms of, okay, then you get to the difficult things, which is like the subsoil assets, where, if you look at the precedent from sort of mining industry and so on, that's why they kind of end up basically in the, well, okay, these are important, but actually maybe they don't meet the definition of inventory because we're insufficiently certain about what's there, the grade, all of those kinds of things. So it's quite interesting. I think that's why it kind of straddles that recognition and disclosure point. And then you layer on that debate that's become more prominent since we started around sustainability reporting. And, as we've had through various different debates and discussions about, well, what's the role of, say, the Amazon rainforest as a, carbon sink and things like that. So I think you're right. I think it has it's kind of moved and morphed, and there's a number of different things and emphases that have been put on it by our external stakeholders, while we've kind of just carried on using the framework and thinking about it. Ross? Right?
Yeah, no, I just pulled up the project brief as you said that, just to check what we said at the beginning. And maybe just to go back a little bit, this project started in the 2019 strategic consultation is when we added, and the project actually started in 2020, prior to us having aspirations to being a sustainability standard setter, which started in 2022. But I can understand how constituents might see the waters a little muddied now. But if I go back to the project brief, the project objective was to develop guidance to address issues relating to recognition, measurement, presentation, and disclosure of natural resources. And again, it was started very broad. Ian's just explained in detail kind of how we worked through it, but did start with a comprehensive consultation paper with a really wide net. What are the things that would be items that you would recognize that meet the conceptual recognition criteria? And the consultation paper pushed the boundaries a little bit. And some things that we didn't have a clear view on that might be recognized on the financial statements, we put out as potential, such as the subsoil resources, and then we got a pretty strong response to the CP from a fairly broad group of constituents telling us that they didn't agree with kind of the position we'd put out, that they might be able to be recognized because while they're still under the ground, they wouldn't meet the recognition criteria. I think, so it has been a long journey to get to this more narrow standard, but it has been directed through each stage by what we've been hearing from our constituents and testing out ideas. So I don't think the board's exposed to a reputational risk on where we might end up. And I do think the waters are probably muddied since our work since 2022 on sustainability, where people are thinking about the broader landscape of financial and sustainability reporting and our conversations on broader sustainability, and then bringing it to this project that has always been a financial reporting project. And again, we've probably aided that a little bit because when we went out in December 2022 and said we're going to do research on 3 topics, one of them was the extension of natural resources to the sustainability space. But we haven't done that work, and we've never muddied this project by starting that work in this project. It's always been driven by the initial objective of this project to develop accounting guidance on natural resources and to kind of nail that issue down. And then when resources come up in the future and we address future sustainability topics, one of them I think would have to be this natural resources space.
Angela, back on that, and then I'll carry on.
I just wanted to say how helpful that was, and I think I'm in total agreement with you that it is a narrow accounting implementation guidance project. I guess just in some upcoming agenda items on this topic, it feels like the disclosures are starting to stretch a long way beyond what I would consider as consistent with other financial reporting, accounting, recognition, disclosure standards. And again, it's more about being really explicit and clear that it's an exception or actually consistency with existing literature, but the importance of the public interest around conservation activities beyond the balance sheet and into sustainability is so critical, but being explicit about where or when we should deal with that, and if it's not this project, perhaps just, what that might mean for the work program. But for me, I just want us to be really clear, because I'm clear in my mind it's a narrow financial reporting project, but things keep jumping into it in discussion that I kind of think, are we broadening it and is it explicit, or are we just talking about it in a broad concept? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think it might be helpful to kind of keep, Ross, keep reminding us what was in the original project brief, and I think that challenge as we walk through those, the next steps on this is really important. So just going to those online before going back round the table. Ross, did you want?
Just a quick point. I think we've been talking since April about the feedback statement as well. I do think we'll need to make sure that that feedback statement starts at the beginning, and we take constituents through how we move from the project brief at a high level, not hit by hit, but the project brief itself, how we brought it on the work program, the aspirations of the project, and how it got narrowed so that people don't miss that. The board didn't set out to do a very specific standard on a very specific topic. We went through our process, we used the framework, we considered the issues. We started with a wide lens, and through the consultation process, we've brought it down, and kind of that story needs to be told.
And we may also just want to reflect on what we've got in the basis for conclusions as well that sets out that journey. Okay, so to those online, to Camira and then to Scott, and then I'll go to Claudia and then Mike.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I've been thinking about this, and I think I support the staff recommendation of narrowing the scope. I was first a bit unsure about this because of the potential consequences on those jurisdictions that are already recognizing subsoil resources. But in fact, if we narrow the scope, it's like there will still be some gap in the literature. So it's not that there will be non-compliant or something. So I think narrowing the scope as proposed by staff could be helpful. And this also reminds me of something. So a case I was facing with a jurisdiction that even if they are still in modified cash basis, they were very interested in getting to know what was the direction the IPSASB was taking with the tangible natural resources standard, because in their jurisdiction they have so many natural resources and their priority is now like rainforests, oceans, and they in their position they say, well, we receive loans to conserve these kind of resources. We would like to recognize in the balance sheet, even if we are not still not in accrual and not even planning to go to accrual. But if there is something in the IPSAS literature that could help us or guide us how to do this recognition, because they are especially interested, for instance, in the capital expenditure, if they could capitalize some of those investments they are doing to conserve oceans and conserve the rainforest and all that. So that's why that was like a door opener, let's say, for them to get into the IPSASB literature. That was their interest. Okay, start for natural resources, and then they were like, well, and then let's see if we would like to go for full accrual. But as of now, we are interested in natural tangible resources. So I think that reducing the scope and focusing on health for conservation could be helpful. Maybe just to keep in mind what will be different. So how can we position this standard compared to property, plant, and equipment in terms of, for instance, control? So if we are saying now that resources held for conservation, we are talking about reporting entities that will be accountable for the conservation or custodians of those resources. Will we allow them to recognize those natural resources in their balance sheet because of this held for conservation, or will just guide them on how to disclose information on that and still be accountable? So I think that is some questions that we could start thinking about in the way forward for this narrowed scope project. Thanks.
Thanks, Camira. I mean, I think that points the way in terms of looking at what we've had by way of feedback, and actually then, I think we actually put quite a lot of effort into what was in the implementation guidance, and really I think we need to think, have another look at that and then think, okay, how can we help people through that? How can we help people through the basis for conclusions on some of the particular issues that have come up through that consultation process in terms of, am I looking here? Am I looking to inventory? Kind of, how do I think about this? I don't know if you want to add anything on that, Edwin, or... No, okay. So just carry on round. Scott, you were next, and then Claudia has been waiting very patiently, as has Mike. So Scott, to you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I remember I started out very broad. I remember having a conversation, I think it was Zurich, where we had this conversation before. And I think by narrowing it down, we'll actually make it clearer. I think having the broader would actually have people probably looking for things that probably didn't qualify. So I think by being very clear about this and narrowing it down would be clear where we are. And if you had any debate about whether you thought these were assets, just refer back to the other discussion about everybody wanted to put it in plant, property, and equipment. So there's no doubt that this is an asset based on the response that we got. One thing I hadn't really thought about when we were talking about that broader perspective is the way it was written was a financial statement burden to have you basically check every other standard first before you see what met this standard. So I think relieving that financial statement burden is a very important part of that to be able to respond to this. And while we are talking about the asset, there is disclosures that go with that. And a lot of these natural assets held for conservation actually carry a pretty long tail of liabilities with them. And so when you talk about impact on the financial statements, not only recording the asset, but I'm not saying recording the liability, but let people know what your obligation is related to these assets that we're putting on the balance sheet.
Thanks, Scott. Claudia, and then Mike.
Yeah, thank you. I had more or less the same journey like Renee had. So I would like personally to have a standard for tangible natural resources. But we had a problem with the scoping and this residual standard, and that's confused everybody, and especially for implementation, if it's hard to get the consensus, like Scott also explained in detail, it's quite difficult. We're looking about a lot of topics which are finally not relevant. So it's the best way for that time that we narrow the scope, and it keeps the door open for the next generation of board members to develop a principle standard from the topics we haven't looked in at that time in detail. So, but I think the most important thing is that we are right what it's in the scope, especially I think on the description of held for future generation. So if it's decided like held for conservation or not. So yeah, I think we have still a few things to solve before we can improve on the standard.
Thank you, Claudia, and very generous in terms of future generations. I mean, I know, particularly saying that as a chair that won't be around by then, but no, I mean, I think, you know, when going back to the consultation paper, for example, we very clearly focused on tangible because we felt that that was something that, you know, we could get to grips with. We recognised in that there were issues around intangibles, yet again, coming back into the frame, and that might be somewhere that, you know, needed to be thought about going forward. So, you know, and I think there are a number of comments that have been made that show, you know, how we approached this in the first place. And if you look back into the CP, there was a diagram that started to talk about, you know, how we framed it in the first place. And I think, you know, what's come out of this conversation and maybe in terms of the communication is we do need to perhaps just look at some of that material that we had back then and actually maybe put that back into the narrative of where we've ended up. Anyway, we need to think about communication. Mike and then Abdullah.
Just quick comments. First of all, I like to change the scope. Totally supporting that, fine with that. We have that clear feedback of the respondents, which brings me to that, yeah, in fact, we didn't have a narrow scope, yeah, because it's left more or less the same. The scope has changed a little bit on the theoretical side, but it's not really narrowed in terms of what is left, what is put on the balance sheet. And the another thing which is here not mentioned, I think the big advantage I see is that we are changing the title, because that brings to it that we have now a very self-explaining title, because otherwise we have discussions of theoretical discussions would deal about what does the IPSAS board mean with tangible natural resources. Now we have a clear statement on it itself for conservation or preservation, whatever we will decide. And the last comment that is more on the future generation of board members, I just want to remind us not here to raise any expectation we will not fulfill in the future, because we'll talk about in the work plan where we have that feasibility, we put it on low, which does not personally, I don't expect that it will deliver a standard within the next years. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, I think there's always that thing about not committing future generations. So I think we'll just offer them the opportunity rather than commit them to anything. Abdullah.
Thank you. And just to comment on the future generation. So this generation, we asked constituents if they thought of any examples for natural resources, and all the examples that came to us were covered it either in intangible or something different. So we did the homework and we excluded everything, and what we left off is what is in the scope, and that is very logical to me, is to narrow the scope and go with the feedback we get from the constituents. So I'm fully agreeing with the recommendation.
Thanks, Abdullah. Sunjin.
Well, this is not a comment, but more of like confession of my frustration. So I agree with Scott's point. So by making it by narrowing it, it clearly clarifies. But then I'm thinking about, okay, so natural resource for conservation purpose only. Does it meet the definition of asset? Well, if we are talking about sustainable reporting standard, well, disclosure standard, that's fine. But we are talking about recognizing into the balance sheet. So it should be either asset or liability. Well, obviously not liability. So I'm keep thinking about the definition of asset and natural resource for conservation. I'm kind of stuck there. So that's why I'm saying this is confession of my frustration. So I'm trying to bring this kind of dimension to other board members.
Thanks, Sunjin. I think it does illustrate it's quite hard coming into one of these projects when it's gone quite a long way, and you kind of need to look back to, okay, what's in the framework? And I don't know, Ross, do you want to come in on that point?
Maybe 2 points. So first, I think maybe from a wording perspective, I think Mike said it earlier, I think we should probably say clarify scope rather than narrow scope. Because I think that's adding more clarity to what the scope is than what was intended. And I think narrow scope might be misinterpreted and misunderstood, that we're excluding things by making it narrower. I don't think we ever were. We left it open for the possibility of other types of assets that have been conserved. And so we could ask the question to hear if people could help us with that. And what we heard back was basically the scope we thought, the narrower, clarified scope, was the only one. But to your point on the recognition in our framework, I think the staff position is that if you're holding these items for service potential, clearly meets the recognition criteria in the conceptual framework. So I don't think there's an issue there.
Could we staff just remind us on the actual definition of an asset? I'm just, I was just thinking, just read us out what it says in the framework in terms of. Edwin?
I'm just going by memory, but I think it's a resource that embodies the service potential or the capability to generate economic benefits. So if you're thinking about it in terms of economic benefits, I totally understand, like it would not be an asset. But that's where we're different from the ISB's framework. We also talk about service potential. And actually in the last paper, that's one of the last issues that we look at, is we did get questions from constituents asking, how does conservation result in an asset? So we did look into how service potential would flow from conservation. So that is in the last paper that I'll cover today.
Dave, I think you have the exact wording.
So I think, Edwin, you were pretty close, although I was trying to read. So an asset is a resource presently controlled by an entity as a result of a past event. And a resource is a right either to receive service potential or the capability to generate economic benefits, or a right to both.
So I think, it's that fact that it's not just about economic benefits, it's that's probably what was. Sorry, put words in your mouth, Jen.
I was not thinking about generating economic benefit in the future, but for service potential. So I've been thinking of service potential as maybe delayed, but ultimately should be used in the future. But by definition of conservation, I don't know, if I'm feeling that not going to be used, then where service potential is coming from. That's the frustration I have.
So I think to the point that's being made, I think we are going to have to think about how we communicate this. And all the way through, though, we have rooted this project in the approach and the conceptual framework. So I think you're right, we need to communicate it, and then to an extent it's tied up with where we're going to go next, which is, okay, you know, how do we define this thing? And so I think keep challenging us would be the message, because that will help us in terms of our thought process. So I've now got flags up. So I think it was Angela, Renee, and then Patricia. And then I think we've had inputs from, you know, most members. So I think I'd just like at that point to just reflect then on what our position is on the staff recommendation. Angela.
Thanks, and I just wanted to say, Sangjin, that was a great challenge, and actually that's my focus as well, because something held for conservation and the entity holds it and has the rights to service potential, in there is accounting control, and that's why I'm very supportive of it's an accounting project. But the reality is there are in our jurisdiction anyway, an entity may control the land, but another agency may have a lot of conservation accountability, and it's not about the land, it's about saving the species on the land or cleaning up the waterway. So that's the clarity that I'm looking for when you have a heading and title called Held for Conservation. I read held in an accounting control sense, and how do you apply the conceptual framework? But a lot of people may think that's accounting or accountability for conservation, and it may not be to do with an asset on a balance sheet. So it's just been, again, clear in my mind. And so it's a valid question that I also have, is that we're really clear that disclosures are more related to the accounting. And the other thing I just wanted to remind us is that, first of all, do you actually control an asset? I think there are a lot of natural resources in a jurisdiction where an entity will not control it, but have regulatory responsibilities or some kind of relationship with it, but it's not in substance control. Then there'll be a number that are probably maybe controlled, but you can't reliably measure. I think when you get to the bottom, where it's the Holy Trinity, where you control it and you can reliably measure and it's a service potential and get it on your balance sheet, I think the traditional financial reporting standard is all generally focused on disclosing around what you get on the balance sheet, which could be quite limited. There is also usually disclosures about what you control but you couldn't reliably measure. Now, that's quite a limited amount of disclosure, and I think that's, again, back to your conservation activity. There could be a lot of natural resources in a jurisdiction where you have regulatory responsibility or stewardship responsibility but not accounting control, or not even control. Where do those disclosures sit? And I feel that this is where the standard could scope creep, and we need to be explicit about where we stop and start.
Thanks, Angela, and I think that goes, this is where, you know, it's being on the journey with this, and I think now it's the time when we look back and say, okay, this was where our thinking has led us, have we actually arrived there? So I think those are good challenges in terms of, have we got things consistent and right and well thought through, and therefore we can communicate that. Renee and then Patricia, and then I think we'll just round up where we've got to on this.
Yes, so two reactions, two comments. So Sanjin's thinking and questioning about, is it an asset? Is there service potential? That was, I think, one of the overwhelming lack of clarity that existed from constituents way back in 2020 when we started this project. So we we sought to clarify that. We deliberated on whether holding an asset for conservation is a form of service potential, and we concluded that yes, it is, and that's supported in our paper. Now, can it be refined? Can it be better explained? Maybe, but that's, as a board, my understanding is we concluded, we deliberated and concluded on that. So the clarity, we meant to bring forward the clarity. Now, is it clear enough? I think that's what we need to figure out in the next months. So that is one reflection. The second reflection is that our standard, I just want to remind ourselves that the way we've drafted it, we do have custodian responsibilities already baked into the standard, into the guidance. And totally agree with the way that Angela explained it. It starts with control. It starts with the recognition criteria. You can only recognize an asset if you control and you meet the recognition criteria, including measurement. And we have guidance on control, right? We've been very specific about the circumstances that would lead an entity to control a natural resource. And then we have guidance on custodian responsibilities. Maybe this is where we need to go back and refine that guidance, because if you're a custodian, you likely don't control. I mean, you may control, but you may just be a custodian that doesn't control the natural resource, but you have responsibilities, commitments, they may be embedded in legislation, and therefore you may have obligations. So I think we're falling maybe on the obligation side, liability side, the contingent liability side of our literature or of the statement of financial position. And I think that's what we tried to achieve in our guidance, but maybe we need to go back and we need to make sure that we further articulate it. I don't know if we have an illustrative example on that. I know we have AGs on this. I actually just found the AGs, but maybe this is where we need to spend a bit more time. And I think it's Camira also that brought this up, right? Custodian versus control. So I think that's probably an area where we could clean it up.
Thanks, Renee. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the process we need to go through over the coming months, is actually having decided, yes, we're moving forward to finalise the standard, we're having the scope discussion now, and then there are consequences that follow from that, and we need to make sure that what we've got and where we've finally landed up actually is clearly articulated, and we're clear about the thinking that's gone into it, because if we're clear about the thinking, we can communicate that. Ross.
Yeah, just wanted to raise this point because it came up yesterday in the CAG discussion, but it's been one that's come up in the comment letters and in our discussions. There's also the stewardship link with Indigenous peoples and some of the guidance around that we've heard from in our outreach and our consultations, and having that link in the standard. And I think, again, to Angela's point, I completely agree, needs to start from recognition and measurement, needs to be from an accounting perspective. But when you've got assets that you're recognized at your entity, that other people might have a stewardship responsibility for, there's probably a need to disclose the nature of those relationships and the benefits, expenditures, things like that related to it. So other accounting knock-on effect, because you may have some of these assets which you're more of a steward for, you don't get to recognize the asset, but you might have significant expenditures that relate to it. So I don't think it's just if it's in your books. It could be things you're spending your resources on from a conservation perspective.
Thanks, Ross. Patricia, to you.
Public sector accounting is very hard, because I think the main question is sometimes I have responsibility for expenses, but the benefit is not only for my jurisdictions, it's for broader. And then I think it's not possible to have the same rationale in private sector. I think we need to consider this limitation for our model based on the private sector. But I would like to I'm waiting for the definition, but I think we start to discuss the definition too. I think you need to refine the way that I think about the potential services, because potential service is not only for future generations, not for the future, but it's happening now too. for example, in discarbonation, for example. And I think we need to consider the aspect in the definition of the natural resource health for conservation or preservation. The other thing, the stewardship is, I don't know how to translate this, but it's so generic in our language. I think we need to describe better what is the stewardship, what is custodian, to understand, in fact, what the question in the table, because I think the government has different strategy to protect, to preserve, and sometimes I think it's a implementation issue. It's not a principle, a standard set issue. I agree with some illustrative example. I agree to bring some this question because it's so important for some group of our society and Canadian and Brazil. But I think you need to balance it because if it's to promote the implementation, it's a implementation guidance or illustrative example, but if for application guidance, I need to understand better what is the main characteristic of the stewardship and custodian to have a consequence to elaborate application guidance. I think it's only this fact that I need considering this project. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Patricia. Abdullah, you want to come in and then I'm going to round up in terms of where we got on this discussion.
Just a short one, because when it came the custodian or control or other characteristics for some certain assets, is not just applicable to natural resources, that is applicable to different kind of assets. So probably you might want to think of it from the presentation financial statement project rather than just having it on natural resources or any other project. Thank you.
Thanks, Abdullah. No, I mean, you're right. It comes up in revenue, for example, as well. It's not a new issue, but the context is and how it's expressed, to Patricia's point, and so on. So I think what I've heard from members is support for the staff recommendation. Clearly, constituents' responses have been very influential in members' thinking. Excuse me. I think it's important then that we've had this discussion and that the richness of the discussion is reflected in the basis for conclusions in the communication. But I think it's also an important point for the board, and therefore I would like to make sure that we have got a formal decision on record in terms of where we've gone on this before we start to move forward into discussions around the definition, and that clearly is going to be important going forwards. But so what I'm looking for is members to actually vote on, are we supportive of clarifying the scope of the standard in the way that is proposed by staff, and as we did in terms of whether we move forward with a final pronouncement or not. So I'd like Ross, if you can take us through that formal process, because I think it is important that the board does make a clear decision on this.
So like the previous debates, just asking those who support the staff recommendation, please raise your hands and we'll take a straw poll. I think that's unanimous.
Yeah, thank you very much, everyone. I think that's important, and that's also consistent, as Fabienne noted at the beginning, with the advice that we had from the CAG. So I think that's good to have that firm decision. So then we then need to move on and to start to discuss the question of the definition. I'm looking at Leah at this point in time. Are we okay in terms of, because again, I think it would be good if we can actually fuel up before, yeah, we're good. So we will break at this point in time and then we will come back on the hour and move into that discussion on definition. Thanks, everybody. Good discussions.
How you doing, Kamara?
Okay, so welcome back, everyone. I think, as a number of members have sort of said, here's where the rubber hits the road, I think. Let's let Edwin introduce the item, and then we'll be interested in getting members' views. I think a few people have signalled their intentions already, but let's see where we get to. Edwin.
Thanks, Ian. So the next paper is on definitions. And we had an SMC asking if constituents agreed with our proposals. So back in ED 92, we proposed that a natural resource is a naturally occurring item, and it embodies service potential or the capability to generate economic benefits or both, which plays into the asset definition that Dave talked about earlier. And then we had a second definition to say that tangible natural resources are natural resources with physical substance. And the reason why we had two definitions back in the ED was that really future-proofing the standard, because we thought there could be a future standard on intangibles that would deal with natural resources. So we kept the door open and had just natural resource on its own. So what we've heard back from constituents is that there was some support for the two that we've proposed, but a lot of constituents also said, well, based on the first SMC on scope, they would like to see also conservation being defined and conservation being worked into the definition of natural resources. Because as I've said before, a lot of, if you look at the other IPSAS, all the other assets are defined based on their use. So based on this, staff was thinking about, well, do we scrap the original two definitions and come up with a new one, or do we propose another third definition that brings in conservation into the definition? So we were thinking that, consistent with how we've approached it in the ED, if we keep the two definitions that we have already proposed, then that gives us room to essentially reuse those definitions when we eventually get to a non-financial reporting standard on natural resources. So based on that thinking, staff thought we would add a third definition for tangible natural resources held for conservation. So the next question was, well, what should we define conservation as? Because right now in ED 92, we just describe it as preventing degradation. So it's not really a formal definition. And based on some of the feedback that we've got, essentially what we were trying to get at in the conservation concept was that it's something that's not being actively used. And by actively used, we meant not actively used in the production of goods or the provision of services. So that's how we landed on the definition that we're proposing. But before I get to that, we had also another set of constituents that asked us, well, do we really need naturally occurring if we're moving away from, I guess, natural resources in general and focusing on conservation? And the reason why they asked this question was, in some cases, they could foresee, for example, trying to rewild a forest, and they would actually plant trees. If you applied the natural resources definition strictly, those trees are not naturally occurring, so they would not fall within the scope of the ED or the final standard if it's about conservation. And to them, it felt very odd that you would have some form of asset that's under another standard, and eventually it would switch to an asset that you're conserving. So they were asking, well, would it make sense to remove naturally occurring, or at least diminish its prominence, and just focus on conservation, so that if you do have these situations and you are planting or introducing new natural resources, they are still considered within this standard. So I'll address that last question first. And the way staff looked at it was, if you really are introducing a totally new asset into something that was never there in the first place, it would be hard to argue that you're conserving anything because it's a new asset. So in those cases, staff's view was, well, if you are really building a new asset, for example, like that would not be conservation. But if you're really replanting trees to a forest that's for the purposes of rehabilitating it, then essentially those trees aren't really a separate standalone asset. You're really just having an addition to an existing asset that you're conserving. So what we plan to do is have some sort of clarification, probably in the IGs, to say that in cases where you have an existing asset that you're conserving and you're reintroducing natural resources, that's not really a new natural resource. You're really just incurring costs to the natural resource that's already there. And you have to consider whether those costs meet the capitalization criteria. And if it does, it's really an addition to the existing resource. So that's how we address that issue. On the actual definition itself, so looking at all the feedback that we've got, we are proposing to have the third definition, and have that on the slide. So we're proposing to say that a tangible natural resource held for conservation are tangible natural resources that are managed to prevent their degradation from active use or consumption in the provision of goods or services. And as I said, the way we got to that is really, we're essentially looking at the PP&E definition and saying, well, these are items that you're not using as PP&E. So that's really how we got to this conservation concept. So I'll pause there for input from the board members.
Renee, kick us off again.
So yes, so I've done some thinking. There was one word that Edwin I asked that would be reconsidered. I'm sure we're going to be wordsmithing this definition, but I'm going to kick it off. So the way that I understood what we were trying to do with the definition is that they're natural resources that are managed to prevent two things: to prevent their degradation, one, and to prevent their active use or consumption. So instead of a from links degradation with use. I mean, of course, you may if you use, you are going to there's going to be degradation, but there could only just be degradation, natural degradation, right? You could have had a fire, you could have had like a storm or a flood, so that there could be natural degradation. So to me, the intent, to achieve that intent, is I would replace the from by an and. So that's something that I thought would be helpful here.
Thanks, Renee. So, David.
Thank you. I was just sort of thinking of something that Sunjin said earlier about service potential, and I wondered whether there's some room in here to look about conserving it for the benefit of the current and future generations, which might help get over the concept of service potential, because that is the service potential.
Thanks, David. I thought you were going to come back on the preservation point, actually. Although, interestingly, actually, I did just pull it up in terms of, just as an aside before I go further. And to your early point, if you Google search it, it says, while both preservation and conservation aim to protect the environment, they differ in their approach. Preservation focuses on protecting natural resources from human use, while conservation focuses on using those resources sustainably. So I just thought it was useful just to kind of lob that in, and that perhaps goes to some of what Renee was talking about. So going round, I think it was possibly, Camira first, and then I think maybe Mike, and then Karen. Okay, Camira, to you.
Thanks, Chair. I would suggest leaving the definition until degradation, because as it is written right now, it is too narrow. So for instance, if we are talking about oceans and the pollution in the oceans is not necessarily active use or consumption. So I think if we leave it just the degradation and full stop, and maybe considering what David already said, but to incorporate the service potential topic as well in the definition. But I would not like to be too provide too many details in the definition. So I'll leave it open, so degradation and full stop. No matter if it's degradation from human beings or degradation because of a natural disaster or so. But yes, I think that will be clear enough for my perspective. Thanks.
Thanks, Camilla. So Mike, to you next.
I'm also struggling with that definition a little bit, because if I read para 10 as a background for that new definition, it's clear it's the perspective of the entity. But if you read the definition alone, I ask myself, okay, is it from active use or consumption in the provision of goods and services from the entity, or is it also from constituents, from other people? Yeah, and that's I think a very, let's say, simple thinking, because natural resources are often exposed to that strategy of commons and so on. We might clarify whether we mean here by the entity or by third parties, or if we make a full stop after degradation, we might not have that problem as we delete the rest. But I think at the moment it's really confusing. What is the perspective? Is it of the preparer only, or is it of third parties as well? Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Karen.
Thank you, Sharon. Sorry for jumping the gun earlier, but I think Renee's suggestion helps me unpack the initial query that I had. But I'm still, use I think is a difficult one, because there may be some things where you can't almost prevent it being used. So if something is being held because it provides clean air or whatever it is, then people will be using the clean air. You can't stop people, doing that. So I think Camira's suggestion of stopping it at degradation might be quite helpful from that point of view. And Ian, listening to your definitions, I think we're talking about preservation and conservation. I don't know that it's either or. It sounds like to me it's both of those. So I think we need to have both in mind. I had a point on naturally occurring, but are you going to come back to that?
Yep. I mean, what I'm trying to do at the moment is just collect comments from board members, in reaction to what staff's put out there, and just, because then I think if we understand where we are, that will help in terms of honing proposals. So, Angela, to you next.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Edwin. This is quite challenging. I had a very allergic reaction to the definition when I first read it, but now that you've explained what you were trying to achieve with it, I see why you've ended up with it. But that helps me decide that we should not have or do something about the from active use or consumption in the provision of goods and services. I now see what you're actually trying to do with the definition of conservation is scope it out of PP&E. But, that decision about what standard you are in is going to be a very important one in practice. But I don't think we can necessarily solve that in the accounting definition. And I think any person who's not familiar with the accounting standards would find the very specific accounting language of PP&E in the end of this definition is kind of confusing as to the purpose. And until you explained it, I was unsure what it was doing there as well. And I know the standards. Because it sort of goes back to my very first point, used for service. And even if this is my broader personal view, is that even if it's not used, it's passive, it's protected from any kind of use. It's and you control it, that is how you're using it for services. So I think I haven't got the exact drafting solution here, but maybe the suggestion of stopping that degradation might be the way to go. But there's something, I think when people talk about conservation, I agree. I think preservation's used interchangeably. We have large natural resources where a part of it is actually used, but that part is fenced away to not be used, yet it's really the same asset. So I think there's something around, we've got to get this definition right to make intuitive sense about what is conservation activity. Not deal with the guidance on which standard you're in the definition. So that would suggest removing the use. Because I think in service potential, a public sector entity using a natural resources is a very broad range of activities, ranging from not using it through to sort of replanting. It's a big, broad range. So I don't have quite the answer yet, but I'm working on it.
Thanks, Angela. I mean, I'm certainly hearing support for that, the full stop after degradation type of approach, not saying that's necessarily the wording, but, and I do think the point you make there is valid in terms of, using the definition to scope is probably not the way forward. But anyway, take more comments, because that's really what I'm just trying to do at the moment is collect comments. So to Claudia next, then Scott, Jonah and Andrew.
Yeah, I'm also a little bit struggling with this active use. I just give a few examples, and maybe we have to think about if they're in the scope or out of the scope. If you think about a national park, normally there are some footpaths and someone is walking to it. So it's a leisure area, maybe not the different park sectors or whatever. So what we mean from active use, if a footpath already, it's a declaration from active use, or if we delete from and use and active use, I'm not sure what we think about. The same is, we are talking about indigenous person. I expect there's still some living in a natural park or in a forest, and they used their nature for living, if it's in the scope, out of the scope. Maybe the government will protect this region for them, that they can still live there how they lived in the past. And then the next is managing. We should have something in our standard what we mean with managing. It could be an active or passive managing. Passive could be at least doing nothing to save it in the condition it is. So that's comes in my mind just about this additional definition.
Thanks, Claudia. Scott, next.
Yeah, thank you, Ian. I think this is a definition, the least said, the better off we're going to be. And to really use application guidance to kind of fill in the blanks. And I think if we're going to try to deal with all the nuances, we're going to get this too overscribed. And for example, when you do talk about active use and consumption provision, then you start thinking about plant property equipment. So it's easy to wander over into there by using some of those similar words. So I have no problem with the period after degradation. If you don't want to use manage, it may be maintained to prevent their degradation. Don't know on that area, but I think the least said here, the better off we're going to be. Relative, Ian, back to your words on conservation and preservation, we could do what we do in some standards. We could say, we could define them up front and say for purposes of standard, we're using one of them. Back to Karen's, I think it was Karen made the comment about we're doing both. Well, we can't combine that word, so maybe we just put them both in there to make it clear, and then just say we're using one word. Just a thought.
Thanks, Scott. Jonah next, and then to Andrew.
Yes, I also agree that we should put a full stop just after the word degradation. But then when you see this, you're using the words in the same sentence twice, natural resources, and then health for conservation, then tangible natural resources again. The only qualification there appears to be these are resources held for conservation. But I think now it will force us to have a separate definition for tangible natural resources.
Thanks, Jonah. Andrew, and then Sunjin.
Thanks. I'm also on the train of stopping the definition of degradation and then deleting everything thereafter. What I do think we need to do, and it's similar to what Scott was saying, is I think we do need to add in some guidance here as to particularly around primary use of the asset. So sort of what we've got in investment property where there's perhaps a dual use of the property, but your primary use is more around the investment property. I think we need something like that here. So we've heard examples of, footpaths and incidental activities that you do. So I think that would be useful. And I think that probably needs to link to the unit of account as well. I think we're going to need to do a bit of work on unit of account on the standard, because if you do have an item, for example, that now is held for conservation, but now you erect a fence and a building on it, do I have to put that part into PP&E, or does that part fall in here? And I think that's just work. So, but I think happy with stopping at degradation, but we do need some AGs, I think, just to help explain what we need.
Thanks, Andrew. Sunjin?
Thank you, Chair. I'm also trying to continue what Scott just mentioned. Choosing one word may be better. When you talk about from that angle, preservation, to me sounds too close to the definition of a heritage asset. But conservation, I'm just enlightened about the meaning of conservation now. That by that definition from your search, implies certain amount of use of those assets. Then it is easier to think of service, connect to service potential. So personally, I prefer the conservation rather than the preservation or prevention of degradation.
Patricia.
Thank you. About the preservation versus conservation, I think if we include preservation, you not met the concern of the constituents because makes so broader the items that can be recognized in the balance sheet. And considering that there is a financial standard, financial reporting standard, I think it's better to considering conservation, because conservation has implication in terms of financial. I need to explore more. I think we need to explore more the meaning of conservation and preservation. But if I include both, I think you not align with the concern of the constituent in the CP responses in relation to the set of items that should be recognized in the balance sheet. I think one of questions, in fact, considering conservation means that the assets, the natural resources are used. I think one of the main challenges is to differentiate the use in the context of PP&E and use in the context of natural resource held for conservation. I think natural occurrence should be retained and explained in application guidance, because it's a plant, trees can be considered like maintenance activities. Then I need to think about, but I think it's an important element to describe the natural resource. And about the draft, I'm not sure, because I understand based on the paper that continue to have 3 definitions. I think we have only one definition. And natural resource and considering the elements that characterize the main elements of the definition in one definition, not so 3 definitions to conclude about what is natural resource held for conservation. This is my main. I try to draft but I think it's so challenging because I think I managed to prevent the reduction of their service potential, but it's not specific for natural resource. And then I think we have a challenge in this way. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. Karen, then Abdullah, then Yakuba.
Thank you. Just to put a thought in there, because there are a number of different things to be thinking about in here, and particularly the intersection between preservation and conservation. But rather than a single definition, would a characteristics type approach work for this? I haven't properly thought it through in terms of whether it would or wouldn't, but I just want to put that on the table to think about, because there are some challenging aspects to this, and trying to get all of the elements in a single definition might be quite challenging to do. If we stop at degradation, that might work, but then does that exclude other things that would be helpful in terms of understanding the kinds of assets that we're thinking about? And I think it is really important that it is understandable by people who are not accountants. So it might be at least maybe thinking about what are the different characteristics, and then either they might lend themselves to a single definition, or they might not. But I just wondered whether you put that on the table as something to think about.
Thanks, Karen. I mean, in this, I think you could almost see the kind of 3 parts of, it's almost like characteristics anyway, but I think we're going to have to maybe adopt a working kind of definition, and then actually, work around that, and then come back at the end. It's like the experience we had with measurement, that current operational value was actually the last substantive thing that we nailed down. We did everything around it because that was the most challenging thing. And in the end, actually, having done all the pieces around it, actually, it was not that complicated a debate to land the definition. So I think we might have something similar here, actually, but I'll take the final sort of further comments then, Abdullah and Yakuba.
Thank you, Chair. And I won't comment on preservation or conservation, because if I translate it into my language, it would be the same word. So I will leave it for you to native speakers.
And that's actually always one of those things where, we have the debate in English, and then actually when somebody says, actually, it's the same thing for me, actually, that's just really powerful. Yeah. So thanks for that comment.
So my comment, I'm in favor of short definition, but if we stop at degradation, I'm afraid that non-accountants might not get it. So you would say, for what? For sustainable services for current and future generations. That might be a better definition from my perspective. I'm looking at it from a different angle, but this is my comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Abdullah. Yakuba?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to come back on the debate on conservation versus preservation. I would like to be cautious about this, because if the characteristics of those two definitions are different, it means that we are opening again the scoping as well as the title of the standard. So maybe we need to find just a single definition with the essential characteristics, and then based on that, draft the other item of the standard. If not, we will be reopening the scope and the title of the standard. Thank you.
Thanks, Yakuba. Mari.
Yes, thank you. The definition, the whole of the definition gave us the very positive image. And so from my point of view, there's so many members told from my point of view, it is the human being is responsible for protecting and preserving natural resources, because they are the active use. I'm sorry. Active use or consumption in the provision of goods or service gave the very positive aspect of human beings' economic activities. So we have to emphasize the human beings' responsibility for preserving and protecting the natural resources from the damages they gave. And so it is a so important message. Thank you.
Thanks, Mari. So I think I'm just checking whether anybody else wants to come in on this one. I'm not hearing a lot of support for the long definition. So I heard a lot of support for a full stop after degradation. I think, we are going to need to work with this. And I think that's actually where the experience around current operational value probably does come in terms of, I think I heard support for, we're going to need to provide application guidance on this. And I think actually in developing the application guidance and thinking through what we actually want, I think that will start to actually help us hone down this definition. I think listening to this point about it is important, this distinction, and Mari rightly made that point in terms of what are we conserving or protecting, and back to this point that we've had all the way through about human intervention, how does that actually manifest? How do we need to reflect that? But I am very struck by the point that Abdullah made in that respect, that actually for translation purposes, it doesn't make any difference, because I think that's a very good test. It always is, in our debates, and maybe in terms of just dealing with some of the nuances there, and this goes to Yakuba's point, I think maybe it's probably easier just to actually acknowledge that through basis for conclusions, that it's not something that we've ignored, we have looked at it. And we factored that into our eventual decision on what the definition actually is. So probably actually maybe, in terms of preservation versus conservation, maybe we work with conservation as the term that we use, but make sure, Edwin, that you draft appropriately. And I think that probably needs to also pick up some of the nuances in the point that Mari just made. I think there's no doubt we need application guidance. I think that came through. And maybe what we need to do at the moment is just actually work with what we've got. That, Karen made the point about characteristics type of approach. In a way, that's actually what we've got with those three legs. So I would suggest at the moment that we work with that, not because that's the final definition, but I think let's focus on stepping through some of the other issues, and then let's make time to come back around on that, and then see where we get to, because I think we've got a number of other important pieces of thinking and clarification to do, which will then, I think, help us come back on the definition. So if members are content, I think, it would be good then just, Edwin, listen to the recording of the conversation and make sure you've picked up nuances. But if we go with that way forward, focus on conservation, deal with the nuance around preservation in the basis for conclusions, think about the application guidance that we might need, and then we'll see that back. You know, and I think we're just going to have to work with that as we work our way through the other issues. Back to you. Is that something you think you can, you know, work with?
Yeah, I think that would be a reasonable approach, and like I already have a few ideas, but I will need to test them and walk Dave and Ross through them just to make sure that they actually work before coming back to the board.
And I think, you know, perhaps we say, you know, if you can sort of put some of those ideas together, again, in that, you know, this is not the final article, but it's a kind of, does this feel right in terms of the way forward? I think we might want to test those at the check-in and just again get reactions in the way that we've actually got now as we start to work through some of the issues. But we will need to schedule time later in the process to circle back round on this. But I'd rather that we work through some of those other issues because history has shown that we can kind of get very hung up on definitions, and we're better off actually getting clarity on some of the other thinking and what's come out of the discussion, and then we'll go back and land the definition at the end. Okay, everyone okay with that as a way forward? So then I think move us on to the next paper.
Okay, so this last paper is actually a whole bunch of issues, but essentially they're more generic issues that were brought up in the comment letters that largely had to do with the conceptual framework. So that's why I grouped them together. And I guess I'll walk through the 4 issues now. So the first one is we did get some constituents saying they disagreed with the scope because they thought, well, this shouldn't be a financial reporting standard to begin with. And really, you should be developing guidance for the broader general purpose financial reports instead of financial statements. And we acknowledged that. And even when we developed the ED, we said this is a very narrow exposure draft that's just for financial statements. And I think the way we're going to address that is really explain better in the BCs that yes, this is going to be a very narrow standard, but it doesn't preclude the IPSASB from in the future setting some sort of standard or developing some sort of standard for non-financial reporting on natural resources. So that's the first issue. The second,
I wonder whether we might just sort of step through those and you know, perhaps to some of the comments that have been made earlier, and perhaps we talk about focused rather than narrow, and you know, because I think there is something about just how we tell the story and how we've clarified, we've focused, which is a kind of more positive way of actually looking at it. Because in some respects, actually, and we'll go through and discuss the whole disclosure issue, you know, very much along the sort of lines that Angela articulated. I think actually there's a lot of value in the disclosures that will go with this, you know, maybe over and above the, you know, relatively limited amount of additional recognition. But anyway, you know, so I think, but sorry, I've rabbited there. Is there any additional comments from members? You know, just want to walk through these issues and just capture thoughts at this stage. Karen.
Sorry, if I can just make a segue back to naturally occurring, which I guess is linked into the general purpose financial reports. And I do agree that naturally occurring should be in there. What I'm less clear on is once you've got an asset value, what happens to that? So no depreciation, but potentially there might be additions to that, and what the criteria might be for those additions. So I think we've talked about reforestation. There's a fire, whatever it is, and you then reforest an area. What do you do with those costs? But I was trying to think of another example. For example, where you might be, there's an endangered species, and you're running a program to try and, ensure that they don't become extinct. Is that capital? Is it revenue? So I don't. So yes, I support naturally occurring. There is this thing about how does human intervention fit into what is naturally occurring if you are trying to stop it from degrading, and are we clear about what costs might be eligible to change an asset's value, and how that might work. So I'm segueing it a little bit into the general purpose financial statements, but I think it is linked to how does that natural occurring work. So I just wanted to flag that point.
I mean, I think we should explicitly have a discussion about that point. I mean, it's quite interesting, actually. I mean, I remember reflecting on this, and this shows the fact I'm an accountant through and through. But when we were in Saudi Arabia in December, and we went to the King Khalid Reserve, and we were all planting trees, which were natural species in terms of naturally occurring in Saudi, but we were planting trees. And, that was, I remember, I think we had that discussion at the time, didn't we, Abdullah? Yeah. So I think I mean, I'm being a bit facetious there, but I think it's actually quite a serious issue. So I think we need to explicitly have a discussion on that. Edwin?
Yeah, right now in ED 92, there is a very, very short discussion on when you would capitalize costs. And to use Canadian language, it's pretty much when it's a betterment to the asset. But I understand that it would be very difficult in some cases for an asset held for conservation. So we'll have to, yeah.
You started something, Karen, because I've got two flags up in front of me. And I don't know whether it's Angela or Renee that was first on this. Angela.
Just to add to log something that reminded me when Karen spoke, and actually Andrew spoke about it. I think sometimes this might come down to the unit of account. And I think unit of account is a challenging area, but and requires guidance, partly because I think I'm guessing, but I think most of the naturally occurring assets that will come on balance sheet in terms of control are effectively land assets. And, you might have a land asset, a natural resource land asset, but it will have species, and you might be spending a lot of money to ensure those species continue in that forest or that land. In those situations, my immediate thought is spending money on those endangered species doesn't actually change the value of it of the land. So there's something about the unit of account, because I don't think the unit of account is an individual species in my example in my head. Like native forests, and we have a huge conservation program in our jurisdiction around bird species, and no one can really control those in the natural state. So I wouldn't expect individual birds to be on the balance sheet, but a lot of appropriation money and funding, taxpayers' money, goes towards bringing back more birds and preserving the ones we have. But they're on conservation land, which is on the balance sheet. So I think it's easy. I think unit of account was actually maybe a way into some of these questions as well.
Thanks, Angela. So I think that is a specific instruction that we need to have a think about, that unit of account, and probably actually quite soon, because I think it's going to have quite a pervasive impact. So I think if we can, if that's a firm instruction, we need to think about that. Renee.
Yes, thank you. Also related to naturally occurring, when I reflected on the comments that we heard on this, I was wondering if we've been clear enough that a natural resource as to be naturally occurring first, but then it doesn't preclude it from then being managed to be conserved or to be protected. So the fact that there may be human intervention doesn't change the fact that at the outset, the natural resource is naturally occurring. Like to a certain extent, you plant a tree, well, you plant a seed and the seed becomes a tree. And the tree may become a forest. The tree may create a second tree next to it the next season, right? So there is still this naturally occurring aspect, and that's a key characteristic of a natural resource, and I wouldn't want us to lose that. But maybe in the guidance, we need to clarify that it's not because there is preservation or human intervention to preserve that it's no longer a natural resource that is no longer naturally occurring. So that nuance, I think, when I went to our AGs, probably was not, we could tease this out better to clarify, to respond to those comments that we heard.
Thanks, Renee. I mean, it's interesting, again, just sort of, Googling it, conservation, the act of protecting and preserving natural resources to ensure their availability for future generations. And so, to an extent, and that does go back to this whole, actually, what happens if there is something that I do to manage that, and I don't think we've yet bottomed that out, actually, and I do think we're going to have to have that that conversation. Conversation. Right, Patricia.
I'd like to clarify the next steps because you discussed some issues today, but you don't have the drafting to analyze together, some elements together. And in the next items, you discuss in July, but the first time that you have the drafting is in September, and you approve in September? No? Okay. I would like to understand better the next steps in relation to this project.
I think we'll come back to that in terms of, I mean, I think we do need to have a look at that in terms of, okay, we might have a first draft in September to walk through, but then, for example, that's precisely why we would use the check-in meeting in October in order to consolidate the drafting, so I think it's not the final opportunity that you would have to see that. I think what we need to do is work out what the issues are at the moment that we need to get through, and then to get them into the drafting, and then to work it through. That helps.
My question is because I think some decision has consequence, for example, in terms of unit of account. And I understand that the main questions are here in the paper, but you need to consider each paragraph again because you change the scope of the project. Okay, I'm correct. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So I think we do now, I think, let's have that, assuming that staff can do this, I think we do need to have this paper on units of account for a first discussion in July. I think it's sufficiently fundamental that, and I suspect it's going to be one of these things where, we may not land it first time round, but that means we need to have the discussion because of the impacts it will have. Renee, back on that.
Yeah, just want to remind ourselves, we have some guidance. We've addressed unit of account in the draft. So we probably just have to tease out and use what we've already done. We're not changing the scope, I think, of what we said. I think we're using the concept of unit of account to maybe clarify parts of the standard, but we've already addressed unit of account.
Edwin, just back on that.
Yeah, so I think it's really applying what we have in the ED to specific examples maybe, or some sort of IG to say, here's how it could impact the accounting, or, I guess when we look at additional costs that we're incurring, here's how it would be impacted by unit of account, et cetera. Like that subsequent discussion is not in the ED right now.
No, okay. So I think it does go back to, you know, have we got all the right material and have we actually really reflected it truly? So I think back to the instruction, yes, we've got something on unit of account. We need to reflect on the adequacy and whether we've really reflected that through. So that's a discussion that we do need to have in July. Okay, so back to the point in terms of the, you know, the point here. I'm not hearing any disagreement with the recommendation in terms of clarification about what we're actually doing. I think that's consistent with all the various interventions earlier on, but I think that's been a useful discussion because it has brought out that unit of account emphasis. Okay, so move us on to the second point.
Okay, so the second point is on the recognition of subsoil resources. So as some of the board members pointed out already, a lot of the comment letters requested us to rethink the recognition of unextracted subsoil resources. And some even went as far as to say, here's how we would amend the conceptual framework so you can recognize subsoil resources. But that's not really the objective of the project. So I think we would need to explicitly say in the basis of conclusions that yes, this was the original intent of the project, but when you look at the existing conceptual framework, it's just not something that's possible right now. And it's not even a measurement issue, it's really an existence uncertainty issue, whether these subsoil resources are actually resources under the framework. So I think we really need to explain that in the basis for conclusions and say, we have thought about this, it's not doable in the framework, and that is the original intent of this project. And if you want guidance on reporting of these subsoil resources, there are other reports like geological reports that you could have in your broader financial reporting, but just not in the financial statements. So that's how staff proposed to address this point.
So I think there's probably 2 points there. One is, I think there was no intention to reopen the conceptual framework, so we are working within the definitions in the framework, and I just want to check that, you know, everybody's content with that. That's consistent with the line we've taken all the way through. Then I think there is a serious question, which is actually, okay, now, what are the implications in terms of subsoil assets? And some of this comes back to a question which I think is hanging from the discussion that we just had around definition as to actually, are these actually within the scope of you know, and let's call it tangible natural resources held for conservation, actually, do they fall within that? Or is this exclusively an issue that, say, for example, needs to be dealt with within, can they be recognised from an inventory point of view, or can they not? So I think it's just worthwhile, you know, I'd just be interested in views on that, you know, because I think we're going to have to, it's been something that's been there all the way through, and probably at this stage, if we're saying, right, okay, it's assets held for conservation, where do subsoil assets, are subsoil assets consistent with that, or are they somewhere else? David?
Well, I think my view, cynical as it might be, is that the reason people want to find a value for this is not because they're conserving them. It's because they might want to find them in inventory. So there is no room for them under this standard.
Claudia?
I'm not quite sure if I understood the question quite, but we need some principles that it's clear what it's in our narrow scoped or adjusted, or how we call it, in standard, and that is it. To explicit give some things, it's called as it looks like the rule. If we don't know what we mean, if we are not clear what is in our definition, then we should work on that. Otherwise, we have only excluded or mentioned one example, and that feels a little bit odd. But it's just, for me, it's a principle and not, we shouldn't go with rules.
Other views, other thoughts? Karen, and then Angela.
Yeah, I'm a bit with Claudia on this. I think if this is a focused standard, then we need to be clear what's within focus of it and being principles based around that. If there are assets that don't fit in with this standard, I mean, I think there is still the ability to use the conceptual framework to recognise something. So the fact that it's not included within this standard would not prevent an asset from being recognised if that was the case. But I think we've just agreed earlier on that this is a focused standard on assets held for conservation, and the definition that we use, I think, needs to be consistent with that definition. So, you know, I wouldn't want to be expanding the scope beyond that explicitly. If it fits within a principle that we've defined, then that's fair enough. But I'm struggling to see what subsoil assets you would hold for conservation. So I'm not sure in my head I've got there as to why they would be in scope, you know, of this. But, you know, if they are an asset, then, you know, the conceptual framework allows them to be recognised as an asset. So I don't think it's preventative. That's my view.
Okay, no, I just thought it was very useful just to surface this as a debate, and apologies for you know, so now I've got both Ross and Edwin wanting to come in.
Sorry, I should clarify that. My intention was to explain in the BCs to IPSAS 12 that it's not an asset. Like, it's not inventory, because if you somehow we know with 100% clarity that this exists and it's there, and somehow we can recognize it as an asset, it still wouldn't be within the scope of this standard. It would be inventory, as David rightly said. So it's really explaining in the BCs to IPSAS 12 right now that these are things that you cannot recognize as assets.
So are we sure
Ross,
it would be...
you want to...
So there's an issue here that we've touched on a few times throughout this project, is when we're talking about subsoil resources as they exist under the ground, there's existence uncertainty onto whether there's one, an actual resource that's economically recoverable until it's extracted. You don't know what's there, even if you've done drilling. This is the same for the private sector and the mining industry. So and we had this discussion around the CP, maybe there is a way, maybe there's measurement techniques that allow this. And we heard pretty strongly back and confirmed, I think some of the research staff had done it. Until they're extracted, the resource themselves are not an asset. Now in the public sector, you could create assets around those by creating rights to extract them and things like that, but that's not the resource itself. So this is, you know, again, you can buy and sell properties, so you can access them, but the resource under the ground is not an economic resource until it's taken out of the ground. And you know what you have because of the complexity of mining in general, oil and gas extraction. And the cost of doing that might mean you think you've got something good there. When you take it out and you have to process it, you don't actually have a net positive resource that you can turn into an asset. So that's why we're not calling those resources. I'm just bringing that up again because we've gone around this a few times, and we did have it open in the debate. You might be able to recognize them when we went out with the CP, and we got a pretty strong feedback on that. And I do think it should be part of our feedback statement. So we did explore this topic. I said earlier, we started with a really large lens on what we were thinking about, and we did try and address that coming out of work. The fiscal statisticians had done in the fiscal monitor back in 2017. We were trying to, see if there was an asset here that could be recognized that would be a public sector asset. And I think we've exhausted that in a way that I don't think at the moment. And as Edwin mentioned, I think the way that this is dealt with in the private sector is to actually make reference to the geological reports around this. That's a very well-developed field that looks at quantities, price in the market, the type of asset, where you can infer what the value might be, but you're not giving the certainty of saying there's an asset you're going to recover in the future until it's extracted.
Thanks, Ross. Comments from Angela and then from Andrew.
Thanks, Chair. And I just wanted to reiterate really the clarity we have, particularly today, assets held, i.e. controlled for conservation, which is an activity, even if the positive activity is ring fence it. So to me, subsoil minerals don't necessarily fit that definition. I think possibly an asset under the ground which might fix that is water reservoir, because I can see in some jurisdictions that they somehow can control some natural reservoir, that it's really important that there are some regulation or controls around it, and for conservation of water, which is very important. So I think the other thing to recognise, and I'm not an expert in this field at all, but I do rely on the staff, is that there does seem to be, whether you agree or not, some kind of generally accepted accounting practice internationally around the extraction of minerals. But I think where a lot of constituents may be thinking is that the extractions of minerals or gas or oil is quite heavily connected with climate change and protection of the earth in a big sense, the earth, and depleting natural resources under the ground could have, consequences for climate change and not achieving lowering transmission. So I think a lot of people connect the kind of minerals into that kind of sustainability discussion. I think the other bit, and that's why there needs to be quite an explanation about what this project is and isn't, is I think it did start with the fact there are a number of countries that are sitting on probably some quite valuable minerals, and it's more than oil and gas now, because with batteries and sort of solar power, there's a lot of minerals required and the technology of sustainable solutions that don't involve gas or oil. So suddenly there are a whole lot of minerals that might be more valuable. So I think that sort of sense that, and governments might have a regulatory role, not in substance ownership of them, others. So there is something around what are our stakeholders looking for? What is the problem for which we, as an IPSASB board, may have a future project in this space? And it's an area that I'm not exactly clear on, but I can see why when we had the project called Natural Resources, it's a natural resource. Now that we've kind of narrowed it to an activity of heritage for an asset you control, I think it's now clear, in my mind, it's clearly out. So I think it's really articulating that. But yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Angela. I think that, subject to the intervention that Andrew's going to make, I think that, that's likely, it's about the articulation of this, and I think it goes back to that. Okay, what was the project brief? What are we trying to do? And being clear about that. Andrew, before I sort of sum up.
Yeah, so I agree with what Angela said. I think it's going back to what was the project brief, what are we trying to do here? And I agree with Ross's, I think, proposal in terms of, I think this is going into a feedback statement. I don't think this should go into a BC. A BC is, why did we do the standard? What's the rationale for the standard? So I think, Edwin, if I understood you, you wanted to put it in the BCs to inventory, but I don't think that would be appropriate. I think if we want to get the message out to say subsoil is not going to be there, it's the feedback statement. And I think that's the best way to get this message out rather than also hiding it in a BC somewhere.
Okay. I mean, I think I sympathise with what you're saying, Andrew, from a technical point of view. I think we need to leave staff, certainly it's going to go in the feedback statement. I think, though, let's just reflect on what we've already got in from the ED, but also what we might need to do. You know, and again, I think it sort of back to some of what happens in the private sector, because it seems to me that here there is nothing different to the private sector. You know, and so therefore I think it's just a question of actually we've been through that thinking, and therefore we've looked at it, and there is nothing different. Therefore, so there may be, you know, there is probably some room somewhere for some basis for conclusion that just actually, you know, but I'm going to leave staff with that. How do we communicate best? And you know. But I think it's just been useful to have that discussion at the moment, because certainly that was something that had gone through my mind, that it was a clear consequence if we went for focusing the scope on assets held for conservation, that effectively finally nailed that issue. So I think that's been a very useful discussion. So thank you everyone for that. So let's move on then to that third bullet. I suspect other interesting issues will emerge.
Yeah, so the third bullet was on stewardship arrangements. So this was discussed yesterday at the CAG, but before I let Fabienne jump in with the feedback, I'll summarize the issue. So in ED 92 right now, there is a requirement to disclose stewardship or custodial responsibilities. And when we met with some of the indigenous leaders and also in a lot of the comment letters from indigenous groups, they questioned, well, what does custodial actually mean? To them, it's more almost like a janitorial type caretaker arrangement. And they were asking, well, we have stewardship arrangements with many governments, and sometimes those involve, for example, there might be an agreement between a government and an indigenous group where the indigenous groups has certain rights on a piece of land and restricts the use or restricts the government's use of this land. Or it could be the flip side where the indigenous group actually controls the land, but there are some arrangements with the government that imposes certain obligations. So the government might be responsible for funding for conservation efforts, even though they do not control the land. So their question to us was, well, like, what should we do with these agreements? Do we actually fit them into the disclosures that you're proposing, or are these out of scope? And so we thought about it amongst the staff, and the intention was always for custodial agreements or responsibilities to include things like this. And so the proposal is, going back to what was discussed before, we really have three buckets of proposals. For items that you control and that are recognized, if you have arrangements that impose some sort of restriction on use, then for sure you would have to disclose those. And that would be the same for items that you control but do not recognize because you cannot measure them, because it's still your asset. So if you have some sort of restriction or obligation on them, you would still need to disclose those as well. And I guess the last bucket was items that do not meet the definition of an asset because you do not control them. So what I originally intended to say in the paper is, because you have this agreement, even though you do not control the underlying asset, you have to think about how to account for this agreement. So there could be situations where you're on the hook for funding, and this could be some sort of liability, and you would still have to recognize that. You don't just ignore it because you don't recognize the underlying asset. Similarly, you could have rights that are not recognized anywhere because you don't recognize the underlying natural resource. But if that agreement gives you an intangible, then you would have to think about, is this really an asset under IPSAS 31? So that was my original intention for the paper, but based on comments I've received earlier, it seems that it didn't really come through in my writing. So I'll pause there and open the floor for comments.
Okay, so I'll go to Fabienne in a moment, but one thing I would observe before we get into this is that there was quite a significant debate when we were doing the conceptual framework about the concept of stewardship. It became quite vexed because the ISB had deliberately only got one objective in terms of financial statements, and that was decision making, whereas explicitly we included both accountability, not stewardship, and decision making. So I think we need to be very careful not to use the term stewardship. I think we use the concept. I'm looking at Andreas here because he was chair throughout these discussions. But I think we need to focus on accountability, and then that will start to give us the way into this. Because if you're accountable for something, you know, going back to what it says in the objectives of financial reporting by public sector entities are to provide information about the entity that is useful to users of GPFRs for accountability purposes and for decision-making purposes. So I think that's the lens that we need to put on this in terms of framing the discussions that we might have. But Fabienne, to you in terms of the discussions yesterday.
Thank you, Jan. Yes, indeed. In addition to the question on the scope, the CAG was also asked about the relevance of disclosures specific to, well, it was stewardship at the time, so I understand accountability arrangements. It was noted that it is important to draw the attention of governments on this sensitive topic. And to echo Angela's and René's earlier comments today, CAG members were generally supportive of requiring disclosures for tangible natural resources that are controlled but not recognized because they cannot be reliably measured. However, they expressed reservations for tangible natural resources that are not recognized because they are not controlled by the entity. And they pointed out that in that latter case, such disclosures may rather fall within the scope of other IPSASs, such as IPSAS 19, for instance. Thank you.
Thanks, Fabienne. So I think, you know, that's quite a useful entree into our discussion on this. And I think, you know, we're not likely to land this today, but I just think it's useful if, you know, to get members' reactions to, you know, partly discussion yesterday, to what it says in the framework, but also to particularly that discussion with Indigenous groups, because it is important. Angela.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Edwin, for that explanation, because that's really helped me, because I have been concerned when reading the papers that this paper was suggesting for all natural resources across a jurisdiction, even if they're not controlled, there was a sense that we need more disclosure in this standard. And I thought that was inconsistent with the focus on a financial reporting application standard. I'm not saying those other natural resource issues and questions and accountability, that they're important, but I like the fact that you have clarified again that if you control an asset and reliably measure, and it's on balance sheet, if there are restricted uses, whether that's commercial or Indigenous people or other arrangements, so they should be disclosed if that, particularly if that affects the value. I like the fact that you explained that if you control a natural resource but you cannot reliably measure it, that like all our other standards, that you know, that there are disclosures as to why you cannot reliably measure. I suspect in the tangible natural resources held for conservation, there might be more disclosures in that space than, say, in another standard, because I think in other standards there's quite a high threshold not to get a reliable measure. I guess that's where I would rule the line. It's either control and measured or control and not, and that's where the disclosures in this focused standard. In terms of arrangements with any party, third party, including Indigenous parties, and this is an area in our jurisdiction which we have a lot of experience in, I think like any contract, implicit or explicit, the entity has to work through the contract and look for rights and obligations within that contract. And we have many of those in our jurisdictions, and they can give rise to a number of rights that there are many, and we have many examples if you do need them, but you then work like any contract through, is there another asset here, a right that can be reliably measured? Is there actually an obligation in present value, a present obligation? There might be a future obligation that doesn't meet the definition of a present obligation, but you need to work through the liability standard. So I guess what I wanted clarification of is what you were intending to do in this standard about saying you need to work through arrangements, contracts related to any kind of natural resource, just like any other arrangement. And I did wonder whether that would end up confusing people more, or whether it's just an extension of the education of a contract needs to be assessed. A contract with an Indigenous people needs to be assessed in a similar way, albeit the rights and obligations maybe are a little bit different from a commercial arrangement. So I was sort of wondering where you were going with this contract with an Indigenous group between a government and another group.
I guess the intention was more of a reminder and some sort of maybe implementation guidance to say, even if the underlying natural resource is not controlled, you have to think about these agreements. So it's not new guidance, it's really just what you've said before. You have to look through all your agreements and determine what the accounting is. Yeah.
I mean, you know, if you take partly, I think there's a couple of things that come into this. One is the fact that we do have the flowchart approach, which is already embedded in there. But then in terms of thinking about that accountability and going back to conserving, how are you actually, you know, what's involved in that accountability? And it may well be that actually in your approach to conserving something, actually the fact that you have an agreement with an Indigenous group in terms of actually supporting that conservation, maybe that's where there is something that's worth thinking through, because it's that's assuming it's an asset that you control. Therefore, then if I'm actually conserving that, actually how do I discharge that? And maybe that's the sort of, if you like, the lens to think about it through. I don't know. Anyway, I'm just sort of, you know, because to your point, Angela, I agree with you. You know, we need to think about this logically through the literature and consistent with the literature, and it may be that this is a particular application given the lens that we're putting on now in terms of assets held for conservation. Interested in others' thoughts? Claudia and then Patricia.
Thank you. I would add on, Ian, and I think yesterday also someone in the CAC has brought up, we should clear in our standard who decide if there is prevention of degeneration. If it's required, if they need a contract, a binding arrangement, if they need something in the law, is it just a management decision? And I think that's fit in a little bit in what Edwin said. If there's restriction of use, okay, if I have a restriction of use, then I mean I have to prevent therefore degeneration, maybe passively. I don't have to do anything. So maybe that's what we make clear in our standard.
Thanks, Claudia. I think, in that respect, it's possibly analogous to the whole, the debate about requirement to maintain, an asset. People talk about maintenance backlogs and that kind of thing. Do you have to account for that? Well, if there isn't an obligation, etc., then no. But I think it's useful just to draw that analogy. Patricia.
I agree with you that if the public sector has the control, needed to understand the consequence of the kind of arrangement, and the arrangement has implication in terms of other IPSAs like revenue, for example, or transfer expense, probably transfer expense. But I think, considering the discussion today, it's sometimes some members indicate some concern about liabilities, about expenses, about other assets. Maybe the implementation guidance could include, remember some discussion that I had during the 6 years, during the 6 years, and to indicate natural resource is the resource itself, but there are other assets, other liabilities, transfer expense, and revenue in the case when the entity does not control, but the entity is agent. I think you can have implementation guidance to remember some of this discussion during this time. Thank you.
So I think we need to be quite careful here because we're focusing on assets, not liabilities. So I think in the context of the asset and the accountability for conservation, then I think it does go back to Claudia's point in terms of what are you being accountable for? What is the source of that requirement? And therefore, what are the consequences of that in terms of what you should actually disclose? So I think that's, if you like, that has to be the lens in terms of this idea of conserving the asset. I mean, yes, there may be some issues that might actually, then fall into IPSAS 19 or whatever, but we're not in that territory. We're on the asset side. So I think we have to be very careful that it's the asset we're thinking about here. Angela.
Thank you, Chair. And I just agree with your summary there. It is, in terms of disclosure, it's about the asset. But even it just sort of struck me if some constituents are new to this whole accounting for natural resources, I wonder, rather than continue to sort of think we need more application guidance or implementation guidance, what we really might need is education. And there's more tools available now with technology and videos and sort of Q&A case studies, and because I think we're sort of almost helping people understand that a natural resource can not only, we have the disclosures around the asset and we're focused on a financial reporting standard, but there's so much more to natural resources, including connection with Indigenous people and contracts, so which may raise all those points. But rather than keep sort of thinking we need to respond to that in an actual implementation guidance, application guidance, or even in the standard, if the principles of our literature are clear, but people aren't used to applying them in this space, I wonder if we just use more of all those good tools that the staff are developing through videos and education and Q&As and special sessions at forums or something like that.
Thanks, Angela. So I think that's useful to hold that for later in terms of, as you say, we've got quite a few different tools these days, but let's focus on what we need in the standard at the moment based on our principles, and then we'll worry about, we can certainly log these issues, but I think for now we need to focus on the standard. And going back then to Claudia's point, I think it's understanding what is the source of the, what makes you conserve this. and how that links in with control and so on. So I think that's probably the discussion there. And I think it does come back to the framework. So we don't talk about stewardship, we talk about accountability and decision making. Okay. So then the final point, which sort of picks up on a number of different things.
Yeah, so the final point relates to an earlier question on how conservation results in service potential. So we actually got that explicit question from quite a few letters. And right now in ED 92, we actually do explain that in the BCs, but I guess it wasn't I didn't do a very good job of explaining it. So I looked further into other sustainability reporting frameworks on how they consider conservation and why it results in value. And one thing that I saw was the UN's SIA, so their system of environmental assets, they actually have a discussion on how conservation could result in value, in economic value for them, actually. And essentially, they have this concept where you could have a natural asset that you're holding for cultural or experiential value. So it doesn't have to be an economic value, so it doesn't have to generate money, but the fact that your citizens are telling you that this is important to them and you should spend money to conserve this tells you that to them it's valuable. And on that basis, for the UN, they're saying, well, based on that alone, we think there's cultural value in this, and therefore it is an asset for them. Now, I know that we do not recognize assets based on the same basis as in GFS or the UN manual, but at the same time, this kind of lines up with our definition of service potential, where we're not really focusing on economic benefits. And I would be the first one to tell you that if I was trying to set an IFRS standard, I would have a very tough time coming up with how conservation leads to an asset, because you're never going to get a return on it. But at the same time, our framework is much broader than that. And because of the addition of service potential, that's the lens that we're putting on to say, yes, this is how we're recognizing an asset. It's because of these intangible, experiential type of value that you're getting from conserving the asset. So the plan is to better explain this in the BCs, because the explanation that's in there now is inadequate.
So I think, again, this is an example of how actually if we're focusing this standard better, I think that should enable you to get that explanation much clearer, in terms of what we're trying to do here, how that actually provides service potential. I don't know if there's any additional comments members want to make on that. I mean, clearly there is a communication issue here, but the more we're actually focused on what the standard is doing, the better. Renee.
Yeah, so I kept reflecting more on that after, I reviewed this draft proposal with Edwin. Is there a merit, given that it's a comment that's come back and this is the accumulation of various comments on the same theme, to elevate that from a BC to an AG? Just to give it the prominence, because this is a big deal. We've talked about how conservation is service potential a few times already today throughout our conversations. So I'm just thinking, is there a risk to make it an AG? Is there value in making it an AG? I'm just raising this.
Edwin, do you want to come back on
that? I would be open to that. I guess the only risk is we probably should not explicitly refer to the UNCIA, and we would need to craft some words better, but yes.
Well, it's possible to get around that in terms of you can put the guidance in the AG and you can make the linkage through the BC. Right. I think more the question is just actually, I think we should, maybe the instruction to staff is just actually think that through in the context of what does having authoritative guidance look like? What would the nature of that be, and how does that fit in with the rest of the standard? So I think if we have that as an instruction to look at that for the reasons you articulate, Renee. That's clearly spot a number of comments. Scott, I don't know whether you were first on that, but I'll go to Scott, then I'll go to Angela, Andrew, and Yakuba's itching to get in on this one.
Yeah, thank you. And I may not be thinking about this correct, but as I read this in relation to the conversation we had earlier about the definition, and we talked about application guidance and maybe coming up to characteristics, I wasn't sure if we're not going to answer this by going through that process. So I don't know if that'll get at it or not, but we may already have something we've already decided that may get at answering this. But I may be wrong, but that was sort of what was going through my mind.
Okay, thanks, Scott. Angela, Andrew, and Yakuba.
Thanks, Chair. And something similar, and I think Scott's provided a sort of another way through, but I think we should be cautious about what we say about service potential, and we should start really right at the conceptual framework, because when I read the conceptual framework, and it may be just that I'm used to applying the standards in natural resources, I have no problem at all thinking an asset held for conservation has service potential. So I'm wondering whether it's a lack of understanding that it's a broad concept in the conceptual framework, and it's a part education again. So is it education, or potentially is our conceptual framework missing a better explanation of service potential in relation to natural resources? I didn't think it was, so therefore I wouldn't like to see a BC kind of relitigating service potential, that it's consistent with the conceptual framework. And can we lift stuff out of the conceptual framework just straight into the BCs, or is it education? And as we say, by the time we describe conservation, I can't see any doubt that it provides a service potential in the public sector. So yeah, just to beware of over-engineering, I think.
Yeah, well, I think you're right, Angela. I think, if we're convinced it provides service potential, that's going to come through a number of different dimensions. I think Scott's point is useful on that, because that may well provide the hook into then we need some AGs. But I think equally, as you say, if we've already articulated that in the conceptual framework, and this is just an application of that, then I think we can explain that. I don't think we should be apologetic. We put a lot of effort into the conceptual framework, a lot of consultation went into that, so I think we can just use that as our thinking as to we've applied the framework and this is where we're going. Andrew, and then Yakuba.
So I think a similar caution, just around it, is service potential is broad, and I think the risk we potentially run here, if we start giving examples of why we think this meets service potential, we start to narrow people's thinking of that, and I don't think we want to go down that route.
Thanks, Andrew. Yakuba.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to express that I'm voting in favor of what Rene said, because the explanation brought is so clear to me that it is very needed that we have it somewhere in the standard so that people can use it. So it was already said by Rene, but I wanted to highlight it as well. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Yakuba. So I think that's a clear instruction there. And I think that's you've got those various different legs to it. That we need something that is clear on that. I think Scott's point about it may well fall from the definition, and then basis for conclusions. I think we can use the conceptual framework, but I think Andrew's caution is also relevant in thinking how you draft that. Okay, Edwin, I think that's got through. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So thanks everyone. I think that's been a very good session. I think that's given staff some clear instruction. I think particularly though to Patricia's point, I think now that we have the clarity over where we're going with this, I think in terms of thinking about the key components needed to make progress in terms of board discussion for the check-in, I think that's really important in terms of the topics we cover, and then also to refine that timeline, because clearly we will need to make use of the October check-in. We want a proper discussion about drafting in September, but we will also need the opportunity to review and refine through the October check-in. Edwin.
So I have nothing else. So I'll just thank board members for their input, and I thought this was a very good session, and it's given me a lot to do over the next month or so until the July check-in.
We aim to help. No, thank you very much, everyone. I think that's been very helpful, and I think, you know, again, very useful, the discussion that we had in the CAG yesterday as well in terms of shaping our thinking. So I think good work, everyone. Ross, do you want to just come in?
Just want to flag that there's the Women's Network meeting tonight, and I think Angela might want to make a short announcement, or Leah, on logistics.
Thanks, Ross. Yes, you're right. It's tonight, and we have a great speaker, Shelley Spence, the Auditor General of Ontario. So we're really looking forward to that, and it's is it still 5 o'clock, or is it 5 o'clock next door? So yeah, so hopefully everyone in the room who's a woman can make it.
You've got to be careful here. It's all who identify first. Thanks, Angela. Ross, back to you.
I'm not a woman, but I think I'm going to crash the first 5 minutes because I'd like to meet the Auditor General of Ontario. And
actually, yeah, sorry, Leah, it is open to actually everyone. So, but it is operated by the Women's Network. I
just the network portion will stay, and then the fireside chat will be closed just to women. Yeah.
Okay. So what time does it start for everyone? 5 o'clock. So everyone can join us, and then Leah will tell us when we separate.
And just wanted to say, those who, if you don't want to go back to your hotel, you can work here and use the room until the event, or you're more than welcome to go back to the hotel and come back at 5 o'clock.
Okay, so I think with that now, did Alicia wanted to say anything about it? Okay, so I will formally close the public meeting. Don't go anywhere though, because we just want to talk to you about some research. But in terms of formal closing the meeting, thank you very much everyone for the input today. We will reconvene at 9